Excellent. All right, good morning everyone in the room, and good morning everyone, afternoon, evening around the world. So I'd like to welcome you to a side session at the 2017 GEO Plenary. This is entitled Earth Observations in Support of Sustainable Development Goal Implementation and Monitoring in Small Island States and Developing Countries. And this is a side event sponsored by the GEO Blue Planet Initiative. And you'll be hearing more detail about GEO Blue Planet a little bit later. So just to introduce myself, I'm Paul DiGiacomo. I'm one of the co-chairs of the GEO Blue Planet Initiative. And here with co-chairs of this side event, Sophie Siev and Hans-Peter Plog. And you'll be hearing presentations from them both. And so I'm not going to go into an extensive monologue. I think we really just we have a very good, excellent slate of speakers and jump into them. But just a few details about this session. The event will serve as a forum for discussion between representatives of various small island states, and we're going to be abbreviating those occasionally as SISs, and developing countries, participating organizations, and other GEO activities that have an interest in providing Earth observation data and related information products in support of the small island states and developing countries, and particularly associated with the 2030 agenda. The event will provide an opportunity to pinpoint challenges for the Earth observation data for these regions and to identify and formulate partnerships to address these challenges. And a particular role is going to be, particular focus is going to be on the role of the oceans for the Sustainable Development Goals and the information needs related to the ocean. So we'll introduce the speakers one by one as we start. And Sophie, do you want to do that, or?
Yes, can I just have a couple of minutes?
Sure. So while we're doing that, I'm just going to tell you a little bit more, just briefly, about GEO Blue Planet. So GEO Blue Planet is an initiative under the auspices of GEO, the Group for Earth Observations. It was approved last year as an initiative, but really in earnest, the work has been ongoing for about, in different forms, about 10 years now. And really our focus is a variety of foci, but bringing together data providers and data users of ocean observations in support of societal benefits, and particularly in this context, for sustainable development goals. In that context, one thing is we've noted, and I'm sure all of you as members of this community are familiar, that there's a number of different institutions and organizations engaged in this topic, but many of them don't know what each other is doing. So for example, you have data providers on the satellite side, data providers on the in situ side that aren't really aware of what their respective activities are. So that's one thing Blue Planet's going to try to help foster and facilitate communication, coordination between those groups, and likewise to link those groups and those users, those data providers, to the end users for a variety of different foci. We have different applications we're focusing on, including coastal regions, incredibly important for the number of people that live there, the socioeconomic implications of those regions, focusing on food security and marine ecosystems, which are changing relative to climate change and anthropogenic impacts, et cetera. We have a blue economy focus, a very big topic these days. And finally, maritime domain awareness in terms of dealing with increasing issues of shipping and transportation. And for example, you consider what's going on up in the Arctic with an ice-diminished Arctic and the opening up of new shipping channels and what the opportunities but also challenges are in that regard. So just a little bit about Blue Planet. You'll hear it later. Have I stalled enough, Dr. Siev?
Yes.
Okay, so let me introduce my esteemed Blue Planet co-chair, Dr. Sophie Siev, and she'll introduce the first and following speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to this side event. So I'm just going to chair this next session, and I'll start by introducing our first speaker, who is Aditya Agrawal. Apologies for the pronunciation, from the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. And he will be talking about data for implementation of the SDGs in small island developing states and developing countries. So if you'd like to come forward.
Or on the other one.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. First, let me just start by saying thank you for having me at this session. My name is Aditi Agarwal. I work for the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. And what I wanted to talk to you about this morning was some of the work that we're doing on how we're working with countries to better understand what some of the demand type of issues that are happening at the country level in regards to how they're implementing against SDGs and some of the things that we're trying to do around what some of the data and technology gaps are in that context. I think for this crowd, I probably don't need to go over too much of this, but just for broader context, we're moving into the SDGs now, post MDGs, and I think some of the key issues there are that now it's a universal agenda, and we're working in a time frame where there's so much more data that's readily available through all the new technology that's accessible to a huge number of people. And then when we're looking at the SDGs, with 17 goals, 169 targets, and 230 indicators, there's huge data requirements behind all of that. And arguably, there isn't one country in the world right now that's fully prepared to be able to respond to all of that. But when we're thinking about what some of the key challenges are in terms of how data is being used, we're still facing many of the same problems that we've been facing for many years now when it comes to availability, how dynamic the data are, the level of disaggregation that's needed to really account for people and be able to make the types of decisions that are needed, its quality, usability, how open and accessible it is, and how effectively it's going to be used. And ultimately, when we're looking at data, what do we need it for? We want to be able to essentially be able to improve decision-making and influence policy, be able to have better engagement with our citizens, and be able to use that data as a conduit for better innovation and entrepreneurship. And so we have the data revolution that's going on right now. Part of the intent of the data revolution is to bring government, civil society, and private sector together and be able to unleash innovation so that you're able to have more real-time, dynamic, and disaggregated data from multiple sources be applied. And so within that context, we're working with a number of different organizations within the global partnership across a number of different data communities. So with Earth observation data, we're all here for the GEO plenary, so doing a lot of work with GEO, with NASA, with European Space Agency, University of Maryland, many others, all with the idea of how do we better apply Earth observation data that's more demand-focused to really help solve some of the country-level challenges. But we're also looking at how data can be integrated across different types, so looking at citizen-generated data, big data, particularly mobile data and call data records, and then also, advocating for integration with SDGs and open data programs so that becomes something that really helps develop data ecosystem type of approaches. And so the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data, it was launched in 2015 when the SDGs were launched. It's currently housed at the United Nations Foundation, and it has over 200 organizations that are involved across sectors that are all working towards how data and technology can be applied for good, for social good, and in this case, also the SDGs. So within the partnership, we work across 3 different tiers. One is really how do we put data on the political agenda? The second is how do we create mechanisms to better connect supply and demand? And then the third is how do we create different types of enablers that allow for data to more freely flow? So looking at things like API and standards and data protocols and such. But one of the cornerstones of our overall process, the way that we really sort of understand how countries are approaching the SDGs, is a process that we're calling data roadmaps for sustainable development. And what we're trying to do is really push for a whole of government and a multi-stakeholder approach for how you harness the data revolution, both at national and subnational levels. And through this process, understand how SDGs are aligning to national development priorities, what are the key data gaps and technology gaps, how do other country experiences influence how countries are working, and then when we look at what are some of those gaps, how do other alternative data sources also support filling those gaps? And so the countries that we're working in right now are the ones that you see listed here. And in most cases, what countries are doing is really following a very practical approach where you're taking an international framework, aligning it to national plans and priorities, and then coming out with a localized framework. So right now in Africa, there's 5 countries that we're working with. We're coming up with a regional approach and a regional strategy for Africa. And some of the work that I'm doing now with Latin America is also working with the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean to figure out what our strategy is going to be there. Right now, we've started working with Colombia, and Colombia, I'll show you some examples, is arguably doing a lot of innovative work in this space. But there's a lot of interest in that region, and especially as it applies to some of the small island states there, we're figuring out our approach. So part of, I think, from the global partnership perspective, one of the things that we're really trying to concentrate on is what does it mean to really get at data for action? So we want to be able to look within the official statistics perspective, how data is being applied for reporting and monitoring, but we also want to be able to see how these alternative data sources come together with official statistics in a way that you're able to really apply that data for decision-making and action as well, and be able to, again, look at how real-time and dynamic and disaggregated data can really support that process. So in Colombia, the way that they've approached it is they've created this traffic light index, which essentially is their data gaps assessment. So everything in green, they have data 4, which is roughly 50% of the indicators. 30 is partial, data that needs improvement. And red is about 16% where they don't have the data. And there's some correlation there with the tier 1, 2, and 3 indicators. One of the requests from the Colombian government also was for the global partnership to then also look at how tier 2 and 3 indicators could be filled. And obviously there's a really good correlation there with Earth observation data that supports that level of indicators. And I'm sure everyone here has already seen this slide, which is the mapping that GEO has done for where Earth observation data could be applied to the different targets and indicators. So in Colombia, we started this process in collaboration with GEO and NASA. The European Space Agency participated, University of Maryland, and CEOS. And the idea there was to go through an iterative process to better understand where some of the challenges are for the data that they need improvement in. The areas that they identified were around urban resilience, deforestation, land use and cover change, water resources, biodiversity, and agriculture. And so we did this workshop in March of this year, which was a really interesting workshop because it was able to better understand what was happening in Colombia across institutions, but then also as those discussions were happening across institutions, it also allowed those institutions to better understand from one another what was actually taking place. So it was a really good a way for building bridges across those institutions and building better collaboration, and then bringing in international expertise for how different types of geospatial and Earth observation methods could be applied to particular challenges. And so, part of our approach is to work with organizations like CEASON and from Frank Muller Karger in University of Florida to think about how these different types of geospatial methods can be applied to these country-level challenges. And so in this example on the left is, population estimates that are being done through various methods, but each at a different resolution. And then looking at marine biodiversity observation networks that Frank is working on, and he's also working on this with Colombia now. Matt Hansen and all the deforestation work that he's doing, and from Brian, looking at how data cubes and water observation data can be applied. The point is that when we're looking at all these different data communities and looking at how the SDGs are housed within national statistics, a lot of the work that I think all of us are doing is trying to bring geospatial and Earth observation methods together with national statistics. And so through this approach, being able to better understand what the specific challenges are, then we're trying to match that up with other partners that have the methods that can help solve for that. So at the UN General Assembly this year, we had a number of meetings with our country focal points. And over the next 3 years, many countries are going to be doing their population and agricultural censuses. The Kenya is launching what they're calling an intergovernmental network on open data for agriculture and nutrition. There's a drought that's going on in Kenya right now, so there's huge food security concerns. And part of the intent of this network is to bring together the different countries, everything from technical to political to institutional types of issues to address how agriculture and nutrition can be applied. And we started having some conversations in terms of how Earth observation data could be applied to that. Looking both at from the perspective of national planning, but then also the more dynamic real-time data that can also be made available to smallholder farmers so that they're able to make more specific decisions at the plot level. Started having discussions with Stuart at Geoscience Australia and NASA and CEOS also on how data cubes could be applied to this. So there's been some work that's been going on in this in Africa already, but then thinking about what a regional approach to that might look like. And other issues around waste management and so forth. But looking broadly across the countries that we're working in, at the institutional level, there's a number of issues in terms of how you better cooperate across institutions, how you better engage with the private sector, what are some of the more innovative models that we can use for applying funding, and then ultimately looking at data literacy and capacity. Ultimately, if we're making all of this data more accessible, how do we better apply it and use it? And then on the technical side, in I think every country that we're working in, there are issues around data sharing and interoperability. Much of that is from a policy perspective that there isn't an enabling framework that allows for data sharing to take place across institutions, but that is definitely a big barrier in terms of the types of progress that can or cannot be made. And then, there's been consistent issues around how to address environmental data and how you can use geospatial methods within that. So we have three different working groups that we have established now in the partnership. One dealing with Leave No One Behind, which is essentially looking at marginalized populations, issues around data disaggregation, citizen-generated data. We have a working group on environmental data gaps. There's a common thread across all of that on the geospatial and Earth observation work, and then we're also doing some work around interoperability. So part of what we're doing as we're going through this is that it's a big learning process. And ultimately, what we're trying to do across countries is better understand what those lessons learned are, what are the methods that can be applied, do some level of experimentation, and where there are methods that are coming out either through methods that are being created by various partners, or as we test further case studies, make that available in a toolbox, which is essentially a set of resources, best practices, and guidelines organized by different data areas, official statistics, institutional types of issues. Another thing that we experimented with this year was a thing that we launched called API Highways. And this is really trying to empower the developer community by bringing together alternative data sources that can be mashed together such that you're able to create apps and visualizations that better support how the types of information that you can do and how that really leads to better action and decision making. So in this example, this is essentially protected areas with where conflicts have risen to just show the relationship around protected areas. And so I just wanted to end with a few points. So one of the I think concerns is that the more that we continue to work within our own specific data communities and actually looking at the SDGs as a framework overall, there is the possibility of continuing how silos are perpetuated. So we have to be able to break down those silos and become more collaborative across different sectors. We need to be able to better embrace innovation and be okay when there's failures, as long as we understand and learn from those failures. We need to be able to work at multiple scales. So a lot of the SDG dialogue right now is happening at the national level, but when we think about where most people are going to be living, especially moving forward, those are going to be in urban centers. So the level of discussion in terms of the policy implications and the technical implications for how to bring national and subnational together, I think is something that there needs to be more work done on. Funding this whole process continues to be a major gap, especially in developing countries. So trying to think about how to look at more innovative funding models and to build public-private partnerships. There's a lot of work that's been going on for many years around public-private partnerships, but I think we also need to start having more case studies and evidence on what does and doesn't work around that. And then data literacy and capacity. We need to be able to, as we're talking about data, make sure that the data is effectively being used. So that's all I have to share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Maybe stay here in the case there are a couple of questions.
Sure.
I have no idea how this works. It's on.
on.
Okay. So thanks very much for that great presentation. It's really useful to see what lessons you've learned and what the major issues are, which I can see there are quite a few and quite big ones. So maybe we'll just open up for a couple of questions, if there are any from the audience. Hans-Peter? Thank you.
Thank you very much for these issues that we are having. And would you say that...
I mean, it's this iterative approach that we're taking with our countries. And so much of this work started last year. And so some of these relationships with the countries have been close to 2 years at this point. And through that process, you know, many of those issues that I kind of outlined are some of the major barriers as to why things are not the way that they should be, right? So for example, if you were looking at population distributions. In many countries, there is not a good CRVS system in place, so that 30 to 40% of the population is unaccounted for. And so when you have that sort of fundamental issue right there, then there's a whole set of other issues that touches on, right? And many of those, the reason that happens is often there isn't the right levels of funding that's taking place, there isn't the right level of capacity, and the level of coordination that's required across institutions isn't to the level that it should be. Now, that's still a symptom, and part of that is trying to figure out what is the policy that's required to bring these organizations together, and that's something that we're, you know, slowly working away at.
Any other questions?
Good morning, everybody. My name is Bakomoman. I'm from West Africa. I'm working at Agreement Regional Center. I want to know exactly what global partnership is doing in West African countries. Thank you.
So in West Africa, we're working in Senegal, Ghana, and Sierra Leone. So the whole data roadmap process that I was talking about has been started in each one of those countries. Ghana was the last national workshop that it was the process that we started this year with them. And so we're continuing to work with each one of those countries, and we actually now have our program manager who's based in Nigeria, who's able to do much more interaction with each one of those countries addressing their challenges.
Okay, thank you. Thanks again for the presentation.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move on now to more national level with this next presentation. Come back to my notes. So the next presentation will be given by Jai Rampasad from the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is the presentation. So thank you very much for coming all this way. I believe you're just here for a day, is that right?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So it's great to have you with us.
All right. Good morning, everyone. As the presenter said, my name is Jai Rampasad, and I'd like to first of all thank you all for this wonderful opportunity. And certainly welcome to everyone. Welcome to all my colleagues, and it's a pleasure to be here, certainly. Before I start, I want to first of all apologize on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture for not being able to be here to actually make this presentation, but certainly I am a consultant for the OECS countries, and will try my best to fill in. So, as we get started, okay, so this has been tremendous movement in St. Vincent and Grenadines, and by extension, the OECS countries. They have been trying, but have been having a lot of problems to really implement the SDGs. Now, from St. Vincent point of view, there is a relatively small country, 110,000 population, but they have been doing a lot in terms of progression for the OECS countries. Now, the Millennium Development Goals and its effect on the OECS countries, and by extension, the SIDS, the Small Island Development States, has been really, really difficult and really limited. While there have been a lot of successes globally, certainly according to the Millennium Development Goals report, there have been some issues that ongo, like gender inequality, the wage gaps, climatic change, and even conflicts in human development. But as the ministers that I deal with around the region, they basically said that their main issue is that they have a sort of hand-me-down approach with a lot of these development policies. I listened to a conversation that Mr. Alan Chastney, the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, had, and he was speaking on the United Nations Forum, and basically a lot of these policies, these sustainable development goals, really is a type of one-size-fits-all, and it doesn't really fix the need of the small island development states. You know, we've had a number of additional issues. I mean, I'm so glad to hear about data collection. That's a tremendous issue that we are having in the small island development states. And some of the reasons for that, it's because really and truly it's public sector driven. They don't really have the funds for the technical support. They don't have the infrastructure, the ICT support system to really get that data collected, get it analyzed properly, and get it live. And because of that, it's really difficult to implement. So I also reviewed the Samoa Pathway, which also looked at the small island development states and the effects of these sustainable development goals in it. And as you can see, there are a number of limitations and requirements that these states need to really bring it to the next level and really take full advantage towards the SDGs. So, looking at the next step in terms of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Minister Suboto Caesar spoke in the Pan-African conference, and he mentioned something called geospaces. Now, this model basically looks at actually confining or making in smaller groups a geospace that you can concentrate your efforts for the SDGs in. So I like to use the analogy, basically, for small island development states where you have these issues with infrastructure, where you have these issues with funding. These 17 goals are just 17, but it's like you're trying to move a mountain, right? And there's a lot of talk about the mountain. There's a lot of saying, yes, this can be done. But really and truly, what ended up happening is very little. So he came up with this ideology whereby you're using geospace. You confine a certain area between 5 to 10,000 individuals. This geographical space, you focus your limited funds there, you focus your policies there, and what works, you can expand it out nationally, regionally, all right? And so that basically you'll have more accountability, it's easier to implement. And these geospaces, right, really and truly can start as one and expand out in any different region. And with the proper support services, the ICT support, with the proper data support, these geospaces can be linked globally. So before I go more into the geospace, just the background of the thesis, it started when Minister Caesar actually went and spoke on the United Nations platform on behalf of them at the Pan-African Parliament in South Africa. And he was speaking about no hunger and came up with this concept. Now, myself, I work directly with the OECS, and I've been forming different models for them and actually try to develop the industry there using a lot of international data, trying to actually bring up the economy, which is very strongly agriculture-based. So I actually looking at the proper production planning, proper certification to really bring up their industry. And as his consultant, Minister Caesar run the idea through me, and I looked at it, developed the concept, looked at the matrix, looked at the framework, and we were certainly backed by Mr. Chad Blackman and Ms. Celeste Jules, and obviously some scientific support from Mr. Hans-Peter Plug. All right, so as I said before, a geospace is a designated area where you would want to intensify and organize your efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. By confining this smaller space, what will tend to happen is you have an improved ability for data management, greater accountability management. It's easier to implement these goals, right? Rather than you simply just talk about it regionally and nothing happens, you can now confine it, you can now monitor it, you can now target your goals. You could expand it based on the successes, and I'll get into that where some successes actually was able to expand regionally as well. All right, so Mr. Caesar last night, he asked me to stress on this point that this geospace, it can work, it is quite successful, but certainly we really need the funding and the initiative to really get it done and really put it into the different nations. All right, and obviously, it's very important to link the successes or to measure your successes. And I think that data reporting has been lacking. And certainly, based on the UN indicator frameworks, we basically created some metrics to really judge and measure the successes of the geospace. All right, so aside from that theory and on the basis of that theory, a lot has been done in the Caribbean region, in St. Vincent and the Grenadines specifically. Now, on behalf of the Sustainable Development Goals, the ministry in 2014-2015 actually set up the Ministry of Sustainable Development. So to really utilize and to really focus on these Sustainable Development Goals. To get the buy-in from the opposition, Mr. Caesar also created a parliamentary front. Now, a parliamentary front is where a certain idea or a certain development is actually utilized by both the opposition and political party in power, so that there will be no conflict of interest. And because it's for the national gain, certainly the parliament front is really the way to go, so that you will not get any political bias or political kickback. They also started the Zero Hunger Trust Fund, right, to assist with some of the funding. And basically what they did, every phone call coming out and in of St. Vincent and Grenadines actually have a 2% tax on it. And that additional funding was utilized to actually integrate some of the sustainable development goals in the country. And that is obviously to add to any assistance that they already get. Now, in terms of the environment, they even went further. Last year, they had bans, national bans on the use of styrofoam. They formed cooperatives to actually assist in agriculture billing, to reduce the risk, shared learning, and actually improve the crop. He met and dealt with Mr. Richard Branson, and they actually banned turtle meat. And while it's not a popular meat maybe in the US or other cultures, certainly wild meat or meat of that associate is huge in the Caribbean. And it's to really go and ban one of your cultural aspects, it's huge. Now, they formed the geospace, all right? It's actually implemented already, the first one. It's basically 12 interrelated towns. It covers over 7,000 acres. And we actually have people from the ministry doing the surveys and interviews. And we judge the performance based on the metrics. And we are trying to measure it in line with the goals of 2030. Now, this here is the area that we are looking at to really concentrate the first geospace. We plan to have 15 more geospaces by mid-2018. All right, and just some basic information. We try to get it as homogeneous as possible, where you'll have some schools, you'll have health clinics, sporting facilities. We try to even get in some of the coastlines. So we'll get into really adopt most of the SDG goals as possible. One of the stars of this whole geospace was the regional agriculture revitalization. And this is something that I, in my capacity as a consultant for the OECS countries, strategic planning and management, really took upon myself. The picture there is the presentation at the OECS ministers meeting. What happened, we actually looked to revitalize the agriculture system there. All right, it started in the geospace, whereby we actually start to improve the crops. We start to look at what the market demands want and actually create that support structure to increase trade. I basically came up with this model, a new regional model that was really backed and supported in the Caribbean Week of Agriculture and the ministers' meeting, a people support market model, whereby we look at what the international market demands. We actually look at the production planning stage in the Caribbean. We actually look at what they are actually capable of and what is needed. And one of the key shortfalls between the market and the production is basically that support structure that is lacking, that infrastructure, that certification, that planning there to really create that linkage, and especially a key part of it would be the ICT technologies and the data planning as well. All right, so basically, to implement the geospace, we created a framework whereby you would need to control the political support, financial support. You need to identify a specific cluster for that geospace integration. Introduce the policies and practices aimed at achieving the SDGs in that political space, and monitor it and put contingency planning in place to really monitor the success or have accountability for the success of the geospace. So as we come into a close, and I think this conference is the perfect way to really speak about this, representing the small island development states. I mean, you saw what happened with the recent hurricanes of Irma, Maria. It destroyed most of the Caribbean countries. And it's really sad, especially, and it really felt it, especially for me, because I actually visit most of those states recently, speak to most of these prime ministers and ministers to really see their development. And after the hurricane came, 27 died in Dominica, 10 in Cuba, 12 in St. Martin. Barbuda, for the first time in 300 years, has nobody living on it. Thousands displaced. And, the talk of global warming, before everybody say no, it's just a myth, this and it's real. All right, you're seeing the heating up of the water, and because of that, when the tropical storms come from the African side, it continues to raise, and you get in these superstorms, and they're going to continue, unless something is being done. I mean, the global warming effects is disastrous. 90% of Dominica are destroyed, you know, and those are people, those are families, and you know, climate change is real, and it's very, very evident now, and it's something we really need to concentrate on. All right. Certainly, some solutions. I was listening to Mr. John Finch in one of his presentations, and he was actually looking at the requirement for not only the public to lead in the climatic change, but for it to be a public-private partnership, for the institutions to actually put stronger policies and penalties for the fossil fuel or greenhouse gases, because when you bring it more from a social aspect to economic aspect, you'll tend to get faster movements. Increased investment for clean energy. All right? So really it's something we need to do, something we really need to make a key focus, I hope, of this conference. All right, so I just want to leave you with some of the photos of what is going on in the country in St. Vincent and what we have been doing. You see the cooperative dealing with some of the small farmers, the formation of the geospace. They're actually looking to perform the metrics, to actually develop their crops, to actually reduce poverty, and really attack most of those goals. This is directly responsible from the regional agriculture model that we did. Previously, products were just packed in sacks like that. We increased, we started up a new processing facility. We got it FDA certified. We actually set up proper packaging standards, and you see a tremendous increase in quality. It moved from farmers selling just a few pounds by the market to now selling by the container loads to the United States, to Europe, to these other markets. And certainly that regional development model is something that I really want to press for some investment to really get it done, because it has been proven successful, it has been working in the region, and it can be adapted to other developing states as well. All right, and you can see some of the effects of the relationship between the different agencies. And we also had quite a bit of regional collaboration to not only develop the geospace, but for this whole regional agriculture transformation plan. We met with Minister Chastney, Director General of all the OECS countries, to actually have that sit-down meeting. We had several press conferences. We met with Martinique, who will also be soon part of the OECS countries as well. So a lot of discussion has been done, and a lot of development to not only improve agriculture, but really target the SDGs in the small island development states. And I mean, the Lord has really been blessing us with a lot of guidance, a lot of good lucks, and we really hope to carry it forward and really bring the small island development states forward. But we certainly would need the assistance. We have the information, we know what is needed, but certainly we need the funding, we need the investment to really get it out. We need that collaboration, you know, to really develop and bring forward. I mean, a simple thing like this regional agriculture plan, there's a global shortage in food. Development, investment in all these countries could certainly not only increase food security for that region, but make it the breadbasket of the developed world as well. So I'd like to thank you very much.
Thank you. Could we just stay for a couple of more minutes if there are any questions? And thank you for a great presentation, really showing us what's happening on the ground and at national and local level. I was very interested in the concept of geospaces and how kind of you need to implement really locally, whereas in geo we're looking more at the global picture.
Yes.
Any questions? Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you very much. My name is Chris from European Space Agency. So I was wondering that the concept of geospace is obviously very interesting. So you mentioned that you have in mind to have further geospaces.
Yes, correct.
So one more question. So further geospaces on your island, or will they all be uniform in terms of space, in terms of the composition, or did you have some conversations with other islands that they would implement the same system? Would there be collaborations? That would be very interesting also from a more regional perspective.
Correct. So basically, as I can tell you, I'm a consultant for all the OACS countries. So I can tell you that certainly is in the planning stage. Now, specifically with St. Vincent and the Grenadines, one has been started. The minister advised that they plan to start 15 more by June next year. All right, so there'll be integrated 16 geospaces in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Regionally, we've been liaising with the Director General, we've been liaising with the different ministries and governments. Dominica actually was going to start up one until the hurricane hit it as well, and similarly with Antigua. But we are very close with the other regions, and certainly there would be that directive to really introduce the geospaces in these other countries as well. Furthermore, with the correct funding and the successes, we're actually looking to capitalize it even more beyond the region, to make it global. Because I don't really think that this would be successful in small island development states. I think globally it will be as well. Because once you have that interconnectivity between the geospaces, you can look at what a geospace is doing in Africa, what has been working there, and with the link with the proper data management, with the proper ICT supports, you would be able to improve and really implement whatever is successful there in the small island development states, or what is working in Europe could work here, and basically create that interconnectivity with geospaces globally.
So I think, thanks again for the clarification. It's definitely very interesting. I think the transfer to other regions might be tricky, to be honest, because let's take Africa. There is also Europe or Middle East. The cities, right, that have more population than all your islands together, right? So even the entire island would be still a small geospace if you plug it in some other contexts. So that will be conceptually very interesting how to design a geospace in a totally different geographical context to still get a representative thing somehow in that geospace while not having to place it just in a rural area with a small town that is not representative for the geographical context.
Correct. I'll speak to the minister, and that's the beauty of this particular model. And that's actually the same question that was asked at in Africa when he made the first presentation. And that's the thing, because it's a geospace, it's a confined space, you don't really look at the amount of people in the island. 110,000 is relatively small. But you're looking at what could be gained, the lessons from that one geospace. So you have 10,000 people here, fine. But instead of just having 5 geospaces as you'd have in St. Vincent, Africa could have 100 geospaces. Europe could have another 50 geospaces, all right? And basically, you're not really looking at the entire population as a whole, but the performance of each geospace. And therefore, the benefits or policies of each geospace could be analyzed and modified, all right? The implementation in the other islands, as I said in several conferences before, is mostly agriculture/environmental-based conferences in the Caribbean Week of Agriculture and the Ministers' Meeting and the others. A lot of things that they say was not able to be done, we have been able to make it happen, such as the development of the regional agriculture trade. For 30, 40 years, there's only been talk what is needed. The market says, okay, we want products, you're not consistent, you don't have the quality. Production in these countries say that, okay, they don't have the investment, the infrastructure. They don't, but they're not getting the markets. We said, all right, we created this model, all right. We showed that the links with the market, exactly what the markets need. all right, we look at what is the strengths and weaknesses on the production, what is needed to ramp it up, all right. A lot of them are smaller farmers, so they are afraid if they plant more, their local market, they will not make any money. So they're afraid to really send it to the next level. When you could show them that there's a final market, they'll be more than willing to ramp up production. They'll more than be willing to make that investment. Once they have that market, they can actually get the loans, get all these other activities to really bump up that production there. What is needed, and a problem that they had, was that linkage with the market, was with that investment in that support structure that they don't have. You don't have, not everybody has the FDA there. Not everybody has ISO certification. You don't have a lot of HACCP certification. So without having that support structure, you really cannot meet that next market. So that is where the investment is. Now, we started the process in St. Vincent and Grenadines, and trade increased drastically between Trinidad and Tobago first, regionally, and then trade increased internationally as well. So it has been working. With the transfer to the other islands, that has also been working as well, because when everybody now see the success of this venture, it hasn't been done in 30, 40 years, it's been done now. When they see the success of this venture, Dominica started to come on board, and they started to export as well with a similar system. Antigua wanted to come on board, and everybody was willing to come on board now, and they have been, the hurricane hit them, but we have NGOs being set up now to aid in that implementation. NGO and OECS control NGO is now being set up to actually look at that implementation there. So really and truly, the relationship between the islands, it can be done. Geospaces can be included, just as this regional agriculture model has been.
It looks like the next speaker is not here, so we have a little bit of time to continue this conversation. And I would like to add something else that the geospace or the real world space is being used for, and that's really the validation of policies. And so we are looking, for example, with the government in St. Vincent on how the public services need to be organized so that different sustainable development goals are being achieved. For example, energy service is not just being looked at from the point of view that we want renewable energy. We also want a system that helps us with poverty, that helps us with gender equality, and all of other things. And while this is something that the whole country has to do, the real world space, the geospace, can be used to validate the policies. And in this sense, it can be scaled up to other countries. A place where you really can do the data collection using citizen provided data and using Earth observation data to really see whether the policies actually are working. It's difficult to do this on a country scale, but you can do it in far more higher resolution in a geospace.
Okay. If there aren't any further questions, is this our next speaker? Sorry, you're not the next speaker. No. Okay, well, thank you very much once again. I think we'll just move into Hans-Peter's presentation then. He gets an extra 5 or 10 minutes. So Hans-Peter Plagg, long-standing member of the Blue Planet Initiative Steering Committee, will be talking about SDG interactions and interdependencies and the role of the ocean.
Well, in this brief presentation, I would like to talk about a few points. And the first one is what it actually means to be in a position to operate a planetary system, because that's really what we are. We are talking about the Anthropocene, and the Anthropocene, the epoch of our making, means we are actually operating a planetary system, and that's a very, in my opinion, very challenging task. And then I want to make comments on the implementation of the SDGs, because we are talking most of the time in the geo community, we are talking about the monitoring of the SDGs, not so much about the Earth observation data in support of the implementation. Then I will talk about the interdependency, assessing. A lot of work has been done how to assess the interdependencies, and I want to give a little bit of information on that, and then I will close with a holistic view on all of this. The one thing that I want to talk about here is, very briefly, is that when we look at the system state, the planetary system, there is a kind of a safe operating space that would be convenient for us. If the planet goes very far outside of this, it's not very convenient for us. And the current trajectory is not telling us that we are going to stay within the safe operating space. We are moving out of it very fast. And over the last 3 years, I've collected a huge amount of information about what is happening. And every day almost, you get new horror stories. For example, this one was 2 days ago, I think, in Huffington Post, based on a lot of different scientific investigations, that we have lost 75% of the insects. 75% means this is the most successful group of species the planet has ever had, and we have managed within a very short time to get rid of 75% of those very successful species. That should worry us. And talking about the Anthropocene, more and more people are understanding that maybe that's not the best epoch the planet has ever seen. We need to go to an Ecocene, and the question is, how fast can we do that? And this particular paper done by a conservation biologist said, if it takes too long, most likely human beings will not be part of the Ecocene anymore. So let's try to get out of the Anthropocene as fast as possible. How do we do that? Well, we have to do something. We have to have a desirable society, a desirable future, and we have this. We have really worked on that. But then we have to disturb the system. And we have to disturb it in a way that it exceeds the resilience of the system, because otherwise it just stays on its trajectory and goes on. But when we do this, most likely we will basically put it in a direction that's still not the one we really want. So we have to monitor, and then we have to make corrections. And it's an iterative process. It's a wicked problem. We cannot solve it. We have to monitor it all the time. And then after many corrections, hopefully, we make it that we actually get to the future we want. But it's not given. It's a very difficult process to actually get by 2030 to have the Sustainable Development Goals achieved. And this iterative process needs both the science, the society, and the Earth observations to monitor where is the planet going. And this is a diagram that actually indicates something that I find very important, and the real-world space comes in here as an important aspect. We have system knowledge. That's the traditional science, and we are very good in that. We can really identify what's going on with the system. Social science have provided us with a tool to get the goal knowledge. We know where we want to go now. The United Nations have agreed on something, and that's something that was done in a very well-defined process. But we don't have even the epistemology how to develop the transformation knowledge. We can't really, it's very difficult. We cannot wait until 2030 and then find out, oh, what we tried to do didn't work. So we have to find a different way of validating the policies that we want to implement. And that's really, the transformation knowledge is really the issue. And when we look at, for example, the United Nations Research Institute for Sustainable Development is really focusing on this. How can we actually make the transformational changes? And they, in this very important flagship report, they identify that we need to have a social turn, and we need to have an eco-social term, a social term. And that's really a big challenge for us. And they identified global challenges: poverty and hunger, climate change and environmental degradation, unsustainable growth and economic crisis, lack of access to technology, migration, flight, displacements, lack of decent work and social protection, health epidemics, inequality, exclusion, political instability, insecurity, and violent conflict. So there is quite a lot that is in the social area that is the big challenge. It's not so much the environment, it's really the social domain where we have the big challenges. And when I look at this, it's very interesting. They try to link the different things that need to be done: social policy, care, climate change, domestic resource mobilization, social and solidarity, economy and governance, to the different sustainable development goals. And I personally thought it's very interesting. How did they come up with that only climate change is related to SDG 14? So when you really look at this, they try to do a very comprehensive work, but most of the authors in this book are basically social scientists. So they don't see all the connections between SDG 14 and all the other SDGs and all these challenges that we see. And that's an important point to make. Another group that has been trying to assess the interdependency of the SDGs is ICSU, the International Council for Science. And they came up with a kind of a scoring where they say if two targets, are positively interfering with each other, we give it a +3. Basically, if they demand each other, if I can't do the one without the other one. And if it's less, then it goes down to 0. And if they are interfering with each other or excluding each other, then we get the -1, -2, -3. And then they apply this to a number of the SDGs, 2, 3, 7, and 14. And they get this very nice picture here that shows that there are many, many relationships between the different SDGs. And they rate all of them. But what I find very interesting to comment on is that it doesn't really tell us what we should do to handle those interferences and interdependencies. Actually, the group came up with a very special report for SDG 14, where they looked at SDG 14 and all the other SDGs, not all of them, but they looked at 1, 2, 8, 11, 12, and 13. And you can see that most of the interferences are positive. So they are actually helping each other, the different targets. But there are quite a number still that are negative. And again, we are not really sure how to handle them, how to address these interdependencies, when we think about that most of the time these different SDGs are in different departments in the government, so there are silos in the governments, and they need to actually address these interdependencies. Then there's another report focusing on 14. I was really surprised that so many of the reports looking at interdependencies of the SDGs that we found were basically all on SDG 14. There's very little, at least we could not discover a lot, focusing on specific other goals. SDG 14 seems to be of great interest for groups that look at the interdependency. And they came up with a diagram here. When you compare the two, the one that ICSU came up with and they came up with, they are almost completely different. So it depends on who looks at the SDGs, which interference and interdependency they see. There's no standardized methodology. Here we see, for example, I think in the other one, the small island developing states were not even included, but here we can see that the SDG 14 has a very big impact on no poverty, no hunger. It's also a very important impact on SDG 9. So we see a different picture depending on who is assessing the interdependency and what rules are being used. Another report on SDG 14. And this one looks actually and that's the left diagram, looks first at the interaction between the targets of SDG 14. Are there inconsistencies in the targets? And you can see that not all of them are blue. So some of them are red, which means it's a negative link, and green is both, could be positive and negative. So you see there's a lot of interaction, and then they look at the important links between target 14.1 and the rest of the SDGs. You have to do this actually for each target individually. It's a lot of work, but they take a point here, not a rating system, but a descriptive system. And then we have a report here that's actually not approved yet. It's not public, so I'm just showing it, but you need to forget it afterwards. And that's a report looking at how the SDG 14 has been implemented in the Caribbean, in the wider Caribbean region, and what the status is. And what I found very interesting is they come up and say the critical issues include overfishing, declining fish stock, loss of habitat and biodiversity, marine and land-based sources of pollution, invasive species, primary lionfish, climate change impacts. When I look at those, I would not call them really issues. I would say these are symptoms. These are not the causes. These are just the outcome of what is happening on land and what is happening to the atmosphere. So we have to really be careful whether we are only focusing on the symptoms or whether we are trying to understand the causes that made these symptoms come up. And very often we fall short in just sticking with the symptoms and trying to cure the symptoms. I was involved in a different way of looking at the interdependencies and interactions, more like this report that looked at SDG 14 and came up with a descriptive solution. So we are actually looking at describing all the different goals, the targets, and how they are linked to each other, but more without trying to rate it, without coming up with a number for it, but really coming up with a description that also entails, to a certain extent, a way of addressing it. A little bit more about the implementation. Last year we had a workshop in Berkeley, and at this workshop, actually we said we need probably do a paradigm shift from looking at all the things we can do for the SDGs and actually looking at the world through the eyes of the SDGs. And then thinking about, I'm an SDG number 2, for example. We have currently a lot of hunger. So how can we get to a world by 2030 where nobody is hungry? That's my task if I'm SDG 2. So I have to look at the world and I come up, who can help me? What should I do? Who is going to be impacted? Do I understand the challenges? What do I need to learn? Am I on the right track? All of these things is something we need to do through the eyes of the SDG. And when I looked at this yesterday, I said, well, there are 2 questions are missing. And one is, what do all the other guys need, all the other SDGs, in terms that I can, what do they need to do so that I can be successful? So what for example, does number, 12? Responsible production and consumption. What does this goal have to do so that I can be successful if I'm the ocean one? What do all the others have to do? And how is what I'm doing impacting all the other SDGs? I think we really need to put us in the position of trying to be this little guy down there to be successful in getting rid of hunger, which is a big, big issue for this little guy. And we are trying to do this with a workshop that we are going to have in January 2018, sorry. That is a mistake, my mistake. I did this early this morning, so a little bit too early. And we want to really look at basically what is humanity causing in the ocean, and how is what the ocean responding to this, and how is this impacting all the SDGs, and what are the governments needing to know about the ocean to actually be able to handle this. So that's a holistic approach, but I want to show you something where I looked at the past. What did we do in the past to get rid of hunger, for example? And maybe we can learn from the past that we are not doing the same mistakes in the future. So what we did is, we used a lot of fossil fuels to create more food. So we really looked at the fossil fuels to help us to change a solar-based agriculture with horses and cows and whatever into tractors and nutrients and all of this, which made it very difficult to have renewable energy, which basically destroyed or contributed to destroying the climate. And we accelerated the nitrogen and phosphorus cycle very much, extremely. And so responsible consumption and production was not our goal. Life on land was not necessarily the most important one. We changed land use. And clean water was not what we really were worried about. We didn't worry about the nitrogen and phosphor go into the water. As a result, we overloaded the ocean with nutrients, created a huge amount of dead zones in the ocean. So life below the water was not what we really were focusing on. So now we know that this created toxins. This documentary is really something everybody should see. The cyanobacteria are now they are more active than they were over billions almost years. And now they are creating a huge amount of toxins, and these toxins are most likely related to Alzheimer and other problems that are increasing rapidly because we have put so much into the ocean. At the same time, we overload the ocean with carbon. So again, not worry about life on underwater, and we are creating extinction in the ocean very rapidly. There's a very good study about this, and on the next slide I will say something about that. So, in the end, trying to have zero hunger, in the end we probably create a situation where we have more hunger. So we have to really be smarter than we were in the past if we want to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. And there's one, number 18. Whoops, that was forgotten, but I think it's the most important one. And that's responsible procreation. We are not talking about that we cannot continue to be addicted to having a lot of children. We have to end this addiction of having 3, 4, 5, 6 children. We have to do something about responsible procreation. Otherwise, all of this is never going to work, and we have to do something about that. And how severe this is, for me, becomes clear when we look at the planet as a life support system, and the ocean is crucial in this life support system. And I was recently at a conference where the leading technology people with artificial intelligence and big data were addressing the many undiagnosed patients we have in the world. We have many people who are children who are dying, and nobody can say why they are dying. They are undiagnosed. In the United States, it's between 10 and 20 million people who are suffering from something that's not diagnosed. And these people were doing a great job to actually diagnose these people. And I said, well, maybe Earth is the biggest undiagnosed patient, and GEO needs to do something to diagnose the patient. And when you really look at this, all about this is about flows between us and the life support system, and these flows have accelerated in the last 100 years. And this is not something we can continue to solve the problem with the Agenda 2030. We need to change this rapidly. And I think what really should shock us is this diagram that was published, I think, 2 weeks ago by Rothman, MIT. He estimated what is the maximum load of carbon the ocean can take before a mass extinction event is unstoppable. And he estimated it's 310 picograms of carbon. And the current trajectory says this is something we will have reached by 2100. And when you look at the plus minus 50% estimated error, then we might actually be very close to. And that means the ocean will have no life left if we exceed this threshold. And that would be a situation where the ocean would no longer be functioning in the Earth's life support system. So I think this is something that should really worry us. And if you want, you can come and discuss this with us. Again, 2017 should be 2018. I think on the flyer it's actually correct. So we will discuss all of this at the workshop in St. Vincent in more detail than I could present it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have, you didn't even make use of your half hour. We have about 5 minutes left before coffee break. If there are any questions.
Yep. Okay.
No. Okay, so we're going to reconvene at 9:50 for the next session, and I guess there's coffee down, I think down that end of the corridor.
I can only guess in the same way as you guess.
Nobody knows. Okay, thank you.
thank you, brave souls. Good to go back there? Okay. All right, and our international audience, whomever, wherever you might be, here in Washington, D.C. Okay, we're going to get started again with the panel. Sorry, I don't have my notes. So the second session, or third, is now focusing on geo initiatives and the important participating organizations in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals in the small island developing states. We're going to start off with a presentation by Sophie Siev at POGO's, the Executive Director of POGO, Partnership for Observations of the Global Ocean, also co-chair of the Geo Blue Planet Initiative, speaking on Geo Blue Planet efforts to support the Sustainable Development Goals. Sophie.
Okay, thanks very much for the introduction. Just waiting for the projector to wake up. But, thank you for coming back after the coffee break in vast numbers. What can I do in the meantime? Paul
Tell a joke.
Paul has already said it all. Any SDG related jokes anyone knows? No. Is it plugged in?
Nope, it's not plugged in. Right here.
That would be useful.
Just for future reference, one thing I do is, we deal in acronyms a lot of the time.
Yeah.
There's a good website called Wordsmith.
Yeah.
You can put in a series of letters and it'll spit out anagrams that are words. So that's always a good thing.
Okay. I'll bear that in mind.
That was Doug Wilson, for those of you who are curious about that contribution. Thank you, Doug. Okay, Sophie.
Okay, so I'm just going to introduce fairly briefly what Blue Planet is in the geo context. So Oceans and Society Blue Planet is the full title. It's an initiative within the Group on Earth Observations that's been around probably since around 2012, but in its current form since 2015 or so. So the Blue Planet mission is to advance and exploit synergies among ocean and coastal observation programs, to increase the integration of and access to in situ and remote sensing ocean observation data, to improve engagement with a variety of users for enhancing the timeliness, quality and range of services provided, and to raise awareness of the societal benefits of ocean observations at public and policy levels. So overall, the goal is to ensure the sustained development and use of ocean and coastal observations for the benefit of society, and particularly focusing on the cycle from observations through to the production of data, the transformation into products and information which ultimately generate knowledge, feeding back again into the user needs and requirements. So Blue Planet is very much a collaborative initiative. It's a network of networks made up of existing international organizations, as well as regional organizations, national institutes, universities, government agencies, projects, and other stakeholders. And we've tried as much as possible to include user representatives or agencies, as well as the agencies that are more on the provider side of ocean observations and services. So our governing structure, which was put in place earlier this year, consists of a steering committee of around 30 people from a range of countries, as you can see on the left-hand panel, left-hand image. But we also have a high-level advisory board of around 10 people from, again, a range of countries and representatives of users as well as providers. So we have, for example, representatives of governments in the Seychelles and Grenada. We have the NOAA chief economist and many other high-level people. We have a representative of UNEP as well. So one of the main focus areas for Blue Planet is really to connect the users to the providers of ocean observations. And this this is very much was identified as a need by the international community. So there are many international organizations that deal with ocean observation. So there's the group on the Global Ocean Observing System, GOOSE, of IOC. There's my organization, POGO, the Partnership for Observation of the Global Oceans. But many of these are really dealing with the provision of ocean observations, but there's a gap in the link between the providers and the users. So this is very much the niche that Blue Planet has identified for itself, and this is the focus that the international community supports. So the main priority areas here are engaging with users to identify data and information needs, and also trying to clarify the landscape or seascape of ocean and coastal observations, and also the many projects and programs and organizations that are working in this area. Focusing more on the sustainable development goal side of things, there are a few initiatives starting up within Blue Planet. So one is the one that Hans-Peter presented in his talk, with the workshop on implementing and monitoring the SDGs in the Caribbean, the role of the ocean, which will take place in January next year. The workshop is being planned as a collaborative effort between GEO initiatives, governments of Caribbean small island states, various UN agencies, and regional and non-governmental organizations. And it will bring together stakeholders engaged in the implementation and monitoring of SDGs, with the goal to link these efforts to required ocean observations and to engage in the co-creation of knowledge supporting these efforts. And the idea is that this is a pilot project taking place in the Caribbean, but that will then be transferred and adapted to other regions and other parts of the world. We also have been supporting the development of another project in the Caribbean in partnership with the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP in Barbados, and the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, as well as IO Caribe Goose. And the plan is to develop a proposal for funding to implement a multi-purpose marine monitoring mechanism in the Caribbean between Barbados and Grenada initially, and that this project will provide the data and information necessary for successful implementation of the SDGs in the Caribbean, among other things. So finally, Blue Planet, as I already mentioned, is very much working with other organizations in ocean observations and services, and it's very much a collaborative effort. So we're working to facilitate linkages and exploit synergies with other organizations. So in the SDG context, we've been in dialogue with quite a few different partners, including some of the custodian agencies for SDGs, so the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission, the United Nations Environment Programme in particular, but also we've been invited to the OECD conference next month in Paris, which will address the blue economy, or the what they've termed greening the ocean economy, where there'll be a panel on sustainable development goals, and so we're working with OECD on that. And also there are quite a few other initiatives within GEO that are dealing with SDGs, and we're working very closely with them. So Blue Planet is in an ideal position really to try to bring together some of the GEO initiatives related to oceans and to SDGs in particular, as well as the custodian agencies and other stakeholders to try to bring together many of the activities that are happening around SDG 14. And I think that was my last slide.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sophie. So we're almost on schedule, but take one question, if there's one for Sophie.
Thank you, Sophie. That was a good presentation. I'm curious about the 4M project, and I'm wondering if they are including some sort of biological observations, because most of these initiatives usually focus on the physical and biogeochemical parameters, but I'm wondering if they also are, or at least thinking about including biological measurements.
Maybe I could pass that over to Doug Wilson.
I think the
He's
answer
also
is yes.
involved. But
I think
It's
Yeah, it's very much an integrated coastal sort of program in its concept. And I will say it's still a concept at this point, but it's being developed within that UNDP Eastern Caribbean framework. So
I guess in coordination with GOOS and...
Yeah. So yeah, I'm a GOOS representative here for the Caribbean, so correct.
And Doug, I think that the initial impetus is more so from an ecosystem perspective, isn't it? So they're very enlightened, I think, and that's definitely going to be a strong part of it. All right, well, let's thank Sophie and move on to our next speaker. Sophie
Which
can load
is-
up the presentation. So very kindly, we will have Enrique Montes Herrera, who is going to be speaking on behalf of MBON, the Marine Biodiversity Observation Network, and the MBON efforts to support the Sustainable Development Goals. If we get his presentation up on the screen. There we go. Excellent.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for sticking around. And we're a small group, so if you feel free to interrupt any time, and I'm actually more comfortable with a conversation than anything else. And thank you, everyone connected remotely to this presentation. And I'll be talking to you about the GeoBON Marine Biodiversity Observation Network. This is a global effort, and the main objective of this initiative is to actually develop a community of practice that has its main focus on life on this, monitoring life in the sea. So I'm going to start by sharing these very interesting statistics that came out in a report from the OECD last year, pointing out that by 2010, the contributions for ocean-based industries to the global economy are somewhat between $1.5 and $2.5 trillion to the global economy. And by 2030, this amount might ramp up at beyond $3 trillion. And this is a staggering amount of money, and that's after including these emerging industries such as marine aquaculture, ocean renewable energies, and so on and so forth. And with the expansion of the ocean-based industries to the global economy, that will bring an expansion in the requirements for biological observations to try to understand how these industries are, or what the impacts from these activities in the ocean are on ocean ecosystems and services. So why is it important to understand or at least monitor marine biodiversity? And it's basically the focus is human health and economy, but it's also about understanding how ecosystems operate and how they respond to predicted and unpredicted disturbances. But and the key is how do we understand how life is changing in the ocean, and the main focus should be observations. It's really important to build an infrastructure in a collaborative manner that can allow monitoring life in the ocean through observation. A key partner of the GEOBON Marine Biodiversity Observation Network is the Ocean Biogeographic Information System. This is essentially the largest and most important data repository for biological observations across the world. And it basically sprung up from the Census of Marine Life, which is it was a 10-year project that ended in 2010, I believe, and now it was transformed into the OBIS platform, which is under the Intergovernmental Oceanographic Commission at UNESCO. It's a very powerful tool. It hosts over 47 million biological records, and if you filter those by just the surface layer, you end up having a map like this. And it becomes very apparent that there are major observational gaps over large areas of the ocean, and the goal of the MBON is to try to address these information gaps across from either pelagic ecosystems and coastal systems. We're also thinking about issues with data latency. And if you look at the small plot on the upper right corner, that's the number of records through the existence of OBIS, and we see a big drop after 2010. It's not like biological records suddenly stop being collected. It's basically a lag of reporting biological data and being funneled into OBIS that it's a big problem. So if we want to understand how ecosystems and populations in the ocean are changing today over time, we need to address data latency issues. A second key partner of the MBON is the Global Ocean Observance System, and in collaboration with OBIS and GEOBON, the GOOS is contributing via two mechanisms. One of them is that the GOOS is currently defining the requirements for the biological and ecological observations that will feed into the essential ocean variables. And the second element that the GOOS is providing is probably the most comprehensive and ample observational global platform that exists today. And one of the efforts that we're focusing on through a partnership that was established in December 2016, there is now a formal collaboration between the MBON, OBIS, and the Global Ocean Observance System, is to coordinate the definitions for essential ocean variables and essential biodiversity variables that are being led by GEOBON, and make sure that these two organizations or initiatives are speaking the same language, so that we can ensure that the essential biodiversity variables from GEOBON feed into the essential ocean variables framework from the Global Ocean Observance System. Basically, we want to have a subset, having the EBVs being a subset of EOVs in the GOOS framework. And all of these EBVs and EOVs and data related to these indicators or observations being distributed across the world via OBIS. The Global Ocean Observance System has made very significant progress in defining EOVs for the physical environment, in biogeochemistry. Most of the parameters that they have defined as EOVs in these fields are at a mature level, but that's not the case for biology and ecosystems. These are the proposed or concept EOV variables for the Global Ocean Observance System, and the goal of the MBON is to ensure that these biological EOVs are in line with GEOBON's EBVs. So it's already becoming an acronym soup. On the GEOBON side, GEOBON is has been working hardly on defining a set of essential biodiversity variables that can be detected via remote sensing, and those go from genetic composition, species populations, all the way down to ecosystem function. And some of them can be captured by satellites quite effectively. Things like in the ocean, things like phytoplankton and primary production and so on and so forth. Those are mature, and we're not to worry about them. But there are some other variables that are in the process, or they have some limited capacity to collect some of these variables. With the expansion of new sensors, or what we call H4 sensors, with improved spectral, spatial, and temporal resolutions, we believe that some of these other EBVs will be able to be monitored more effectively with satellite constellations that are planned to be launched in the near future. So the vision for the AMBON is to, for example, in the geographical domains like the entire Americas or the entire American continent, is to ensure that efforts that are already deployed, like time series stations and ocean observatories that exist all along the east and west coast of the Americas, coordinated efforts, that they all collect data in a similar fashion using common standards, and that they are open to sharing information, of course. But not only a small set of observations, but it's observations or metrics of biodiversity that go from flow cytometry, flow through imaging, microscopy, phytoplankton pigment determinations via HPLC, genomics, etc. They all collect these key biodiversity variables that can be shared and can be collected under agreed standards, and then scale those in situ or locally collected observations through models based on remote sensing data like seascapes, which is the extreme right picture that you see in the slide. And that is one of the goals of the project, is to distribute these type of satellite products that can help understand or scale up in situ observations to much larger regional, even global scales. A key partner of the AMBON is the Integrated Ocean Observance System, which is part of the Global Ocean Observance System. And they put together this technology matrix and to indicate that many different taxonomic groups that we're interested in measuring and monitoring over time, which can be perceived as key indicator taxonomic groups of the ecosystem. There is technology that can already collect data for these parameters, and these go from optics and imaging all the way through acoustic, genomics, through things like environmental DNA. This is something that we're testing currently with a AMBON demonstration in the US, and other set of platforms all the way to satellites. So the way we see this is by having access to data collected from these technologies, but then making these observations available to a much broader community, such as resource managers and decision makers that are not familiar with the type of data outputs that come out of these observation platforms. So we are now launching today, actually, this afternoon, and I invite you to the Marine Biodiversity Observation Network session that is going to happen at 2:30 today, because we're launching a pretty powerful tool that allows to gather these disparate and complex data sets from independent programs, different observational platforms and technologies, and merge them in a single system together with environmental parameters or properties collected by satellite, so that we can generate outputs that allow management to understand how biodiversity and ecosystems are changing all the way from global scales to more local scales, and can help in the process of decision making. So the idea after this is not having to have the user being an expert on these disparate and complex data sets to make decisions and actually be able to use these type of informations to make decisions. And this is urgent. We're right now trying to assess the impacts of the Hurricane Irma. These type of disturbances are massive. They occur very quickly, and they take a big toll on the ecosystems. And we're not quite sure what the effects on the services that these ecosystems provide to our health and economy are. And we will start to understand what the changes in for example, the Florida Keys ecosystems were after this major hurricane, maybe some years after the fact. These are examples of satellite imagery that would be available through this tool that we're developing. And the one up here is, you cannot see that, let me see. This is imagery from MODIS before and after the hurricane, and this is this is Sentinel-2 satellite data, much higher pixel resolution, showing massive flows of waters carrying a lot of sediments from Florida Bay all the way to the Florida Straits, carrying a staggering amount of sediment and dumping those sediments from this area along the coral reef ecosystems. So these are pictures captured by Steve Giddings from the Office of the National Marine Sanctuaries from under a week ago. And this is how the Florida Keys look like today. Very murky with a very thick layer of sediments at the bottom, a massive die-off of sponges, either by physical destruction, like here, or by clogging by sediments and basically wiping out a large number of sponges that provide refuge and play a key role in these type of ecosystems. All the things that are already being detected is a staggering amount of sediments on the coral reefs. These not only affect the corals by limiting their ability to have access to irradiance, to light, but they also may trigger diseases. So, 1 minute. A key element of the MBON is focused on capacity building, and this is being addressed by preparing joint workshops between MBON, OBIS, and the USIUS. And the topics included for these exercises are focused on biological data and metadata schema standards, how to deal with, how to report biological data sets in a way that is consistent with international standards, get a good grasp on the taxonomic standards that these data should be reported on, how to submit data to OBIS, because one of the things that we're trying to achieve is to incentivize people submitting data to OBIS to cover those large gaps in observations, and how to analyze this type of observations. And this initiative is being led by Frank Miller-Carter, Isabel Sousa Pinto, and Mark Costello. All of them are the three MBON co-chairs, and you can learn more about this initiative through this URL, and I can take your questions right now.
Great, excellent, very interesting, very important initiative. We can take a question for Enrique.
Thank you very much. You mentioned the impact of the hurricanes. Based on the data we have available, or even the theory, would you say that there's a difference of the impact the hurricanes have today compared to pre-pollution time? I mean, we have now plastic in the ocean, we have nitrogen and phosphor in the ocean, we have more carbon in the ocean, acidification. Do we already see a difference of the impact, or is it just the sediment load that probably didn't change very much? Could
Well, that's a very good question, and the short answer is I don't think we don't. What we know that the coral reefs in the Florida Keys have been declining steeply over the last 2 or 3 decades, and mostly due to a combination of pressures that go from nutrient loadings to warming, development, etc. But on top of that, you have these massive disturbances that basically limit the capacity of these ecosystems to recover from them. Basically, you're basically pushing their resilience to the limit, and coral reefs recover after a while. But if on top of that you have these other pressures, it complicates the picture quite a bit.
Great. All right, Enrique, thanks.
Thank you.
Move to our last speaker of the session, and then before the panel. And we have Christoph Albrecht from European Space Agency and seconded to the World Bank. And Christoph will be speaking about space for the blue economy. And again, just a reminder, as Enrique mentioned, there is a MBON side session at 2:30. So encourage folks to participate in that. I'll be there, so it's going to be very interesting, very exciting work. Okay, and without further ado, there we go, Christoph.
Okay, so thanks a lot. Can you hear me? So this is for those of you who were at the Blue Planet Symposium in June, it was. This is you know part of this, but I updated certain aspects and also had further discussions with my colleagues at the World Bank, who we are now increasingly working with on this topic. But I'll get back to that in a little bit. Also, a lot of the input comes from Gordon Campbell from ESA, my colleague who is managing and coordinating most of the work we do on the ocean side. So I personally sit at the World Bank, as Paul already mentioned, representing ESA there to coordinate the collaborative activities related to sustainable development as a whole. So I will get back to this in further slides. But before, because you said we need an SDG joke, right? I still added one. So
Outstanding.
And so this is like the World Bank joke. And I don't know if you can read it. Welcome to this UN World Bank IMF PowerPoint presentation and on the new Millennium Goal and extreme wealth, right? So not poverty, but what was it at the bottom there? In the last year, 10% of the world's population owns 85% of the world's assets. We need to change that. Anyway, nobody's laughing, so I guess I didn't somehow transfer the message.
It's an A for effort, so thank you.
Exactly. I tried. Okay. Back to the serious stuff. So the ocean in a development context, so our community is probably mostly aware of that. It's crucial for many aspects, be it food, livelihoods, climate. There are a couple of really staggering numbers, like coastal areas within 100 kilometers of the ocean account for an estimated 61% of the world's total GMP. Fisheries, aquaculture, and so on, they ensure livelihoods of more than 10% of the world's population. This number was already mentioned in the previous presentation, that $1.5 trillion, which is assessed as the global ocean's wealth, according to OECD. I wanted to highlight a little bit, focus on the Caribbean, because we will increasingly focus on the Caribbean over the next 3 years. Fisheries sector generates $1.2 billion, dollars in annually in export earnings. Tourism, $47 billion, and oil and gas is also something to be considered, $40 billion. So these are, big numbers, and even if the environment tends to be neglected sometimes in political decisions, the money often is the decisive factor. So how we work with the World Bank a little bit. World Bank addresses the ocean in various ways. Obviously, there are a lot of different aspects that contribute to that. But I give you a little bit of an intro on how this is structured in the World Bank, and this has changed already since June again. So we we have the Blue Growth portfolio in the World Bank as part of the Environment and Natural Resources Global Practice, which is again linked to the Sustainable Development Vice President Unit. And this is in the World Bank. So the World Bank Group as a whole consists of the World Bank and the IFC, the International Finance Corporation. So the World Bank is the public sector. IFCs can be understood as the private sector. So the sustainable development thing where the Blue Growth portfolio is nested is within the public sector. So the governments are the prime counterparts. So not necessarily focusing a lot on the social aspects, what Hans-Peter mentioned. So the social is mostly linked to the Human Development Vice President Unit. So you see, and these are also silos, obviously. There are cross-cutting aspects that are, they try to consider, but often it's in silos. So this Blue Growth portfolio in the World Bank has a volume of 6.4 billion per year. So 1 billion goes into sustainable fisheries, aquaculture, and so on. And this actually has been increasing substantially over the past couple of years. So if you look back to fiscal year 2003, there was almost no financing, no investments in this. And by now we are at 1 billion. But still, the largest chunk of the money goes into infrastructure issues, right? So into investing into sustainable infrastructures. But that includes waste treatment, watershed management, anything that reduces coastal pollution, and so on. A couple of projects, or it's actually not projects, it's more programmatic structures in the World Bank that are related to the blue economy. One is the WACA program, the West Africa Coastal Areas Program. It involves, many more things than the oceans. It's anything related to coastal, a lot also related to disaster risk management in coastal cities. What you see here, for example, is how the coastline actually changed over the course of just a couple of years. And on the bottom, you see how actually sand is extracted from the ocean as a resource. And this is often, or many times, not legal. Another thing, the Pacific Islands Oceanscape program, pretty big and comprehensive program that focused on fisheries, climate, fisheries habitats, and general regional monitoring and assessment. And obviously the blue economy in the Caribbean, so the Caribbean Oceanscape program has attracted a lot of attention. Most recently is also being scaled up, and we are actively involved in this now. We means the European Space Agency. And there's this statement in a recent report that actually my colleague Pavan, who was actually supposed to do this, and I'm standing in for him, is his statement. So investing in ocean health is synonymous with generating ocean wealth. And a lot of this is trying to be, they try to integrate this into operational processes in the bank now. And they see it as kind of the blue economy, like as they define it, they see it as that there are two parallel streams. One is actually the ocean economy, which is growing, and on the other hand, the ocean environment and the health of the ocean environment is declining rapidly. So these are two contrary streams, and the blue economy would be, understood as a ocean economy that is in balance with both ocean health and economic activities. So they shouldn't outperform each other, but work in concert. So how are we, the European Space Agency, addressing it? We have our Earth observation program, and I guess probably I don't need to explain a lot of that. Just one thing I want to say is it's really, many in the ocean community talk about Sentinel-3 as the ocean sensor, right? But I was quite happy to see actually a Sentinel-2 example in the previous presentation. So there are a lot of sensors in the Copernicus family that can be relevant for ocean monitoring, be it Sentinel-3, Sentinel-2, Sentinel-1 as well. And now with atmospheric, with the atmospheric sensor just recently being launched, Sentinel-5P, that also has linkages, obviously, to that entire sphere. And I should add, all of the data is free and open. So this is like the flagship program of the European Commission and ESA together, and there's a free and open data policy, so anything is accessible. I was also it was interesting to hear a notion on future commercial satellites that may be able to fill in some gaps, and I added another slide on this. So in Europe, we have actually a few constellations planned that might be very interesting in addressing some of these gaps. So we have a hyperspectral one, HyperScout. We have the Earth-I constellation that is already ongoing with TripleSat, and we have ICE-I, which is a new radar constellation that is planned. So there's a lot of developments going on, and a lot of these will hopefully be, used for the good in addressing some of our concerns. Back to the non-commercial world, so to where we are sitting with the Copernicus family, with the Sentinels. Obviously, opening of the Landsat archive that USGS and NASA did in the mid-2000s was a key step, right? So it really increased the uptake of satellite data. And there are few studies that assess the economic benefits of this, and they are huge. But still, as we always say, open data is not on open access is not the ultimate goal, right? So open data does not equal free information. Okay, you can have the data, but you still need to extract it, and you need to do something with it. And we have massive amounts of data. So the Sentinels, just Sentinel-2 collects several terabytes per day. So you cannot keep downloading individual scenes and process it. I mean, you can, but the main value lies in accessing the temporal archive. Accessing seasonalities and so on, and you really should move this to the cloud, right? So that's the idea, and I like this quote of Chad Sundwell from Amazon. They are trying to make free data cheaper, right? So they actually provide the processing environment to decrease your processing time and actually give you more time to focus on the actual stuff you want to do. And we have ESA, we have our own approach to this. We call it the thematic exploitation platforms. The concept is really bringing people to the data as opposed to getting the data to the people. So everything is on the cloud. We have the environment, the architecture, but it's really all about a community building. So there are specified tools developed. Everything is open source, and at different levels of expertise, we try to work with the stakeholders, with the end users, and bring all these new capabilities down to the end users. And there are a few of these thematic exploitation platforms can be relevant for ocean-related topics, be it the hydro, the coastal geohazards, urban as well. A little bit on what we do with the banks. So we have a pretty long-standing engagement with international financial institutions. World Bank probably being the main partner, but we do similar things with other development banks, especially the Asian Development Bank, IFAD, some of the Europeans. Now also we have a new agreement actually with the Caribbean Development Bank, which is quite interesting as a complementary action also with IDB and World Bank. So we will be quite active in the Caribbean. A few examples, and I will probably go a little bit faster on these because many of you have seen these already. So these are just some of the studies we did over the last couple of years with the World Bank. So these are all World Bank examples. This was, benthic habitat status, sediment transport mapping for India. Another story, in Mexico, we assessed coastal watersheds. How basically nutrients drain into the river system and that then discharge into the sea, and trying to aim at a more holistic approach. This is my favorite one. So this was a coral degradation assessment in Tuvalu, where the local inhabitants actually claimed that the massive, very fast coral degradation was linked to climate change, and then actually the World Bank was tasked to assess this, and they in turn actually worked with us to do it, and we figured out that this anomalous pattern actually could not really be statistically significantly linked to the climate change. So there must be another reason, and we checked it, and we found that actually there was the decline affected a certain type and species of fish that the local inhabitants liked eating. So there was less of this fish available. The other fish that were there, they didn't like eating. So actually they started farming pigs. And actually, with the increase in peaks, the discharge of the peaks that went into the ocean, massively increased the coral degradation, and this was kind of this vicious cycle. So we were able to recommend to the World Bank that they should reduce the peak farming, and then actually they managed to get this back on to a previous status.
2 minutes, Christoph.
2 minutes? Okay. So another thing, Western Indian Ocean, a marine highway where we tried to help them address certain piracy issues. Regional fisheries program where we link radar data with automatic transponder information from the ships to address illegal fishing. Coastal erosion, we've mentioned that already. So to summarize or to conclude, so this is our approach, how we deal with the development banks. We kind of still in phase 1. We had a phase 0 that lasted for a couple of years, did a lot of pilot studies, and now we are in a much more strategic engagement where we work with the development banks to help them get more efficient in the use of satellite data. And we now start one dedicated cluster on marine environment and coastal resources. Now means actually in December, and we have a 3-year time window where we'll engage with them in a quite strategic manner. So this is our current portfolio with the banks just in urban, water, and agriculture, and there will be much more now coming over the next 3 years in oceans, disasters, climate, and fragile and conflict states. So thanks again.
Okay, excellent. Thanks, Christoph. Can take a question for Christoph, and then we'll go to the panel. Questions? Sophie?
Just a quick one. On the last slide that you presented, EO4SD, is this an ESA initiative?
Yes. Yes, so this is an ESA initiative where we work with the development banks and other international financial institutions. So ESA basically, so how it works is we don't do most of the stuff in-house, but we actually contract a consortia of expert partners from the European Earth Observation Service sector. And they form a consortium in a specific topic. So we have 3 of these active. One is urban development, one is agriculture and rural development, and the other one is water resources management. So for each of these topics, we have one consortium, highly specialized, that has been facilitated by ESA, funded by ESA, guided by ESA, and works strategically with the banks. Strategically means we don't impose on the banks what we think they should do, but we try to understand in an iterative process where their priorities are, and then we engage in these projects or programmatic areas. So yeah, that's how it works. It's one of the ESA initiatives in the sustainable development broader domain. But, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Christoph, won't you have a seat? Because you're part of the panel.
Oh, we have the panel?
Yes, we will.
I see.
So we're going to say, first let me thank all the speakers from today's sessions. Thank you. And now we're just going to finish the side event just with a panel of Christoph and Jay. And Sophie, I'm going to ask you to join too with folks that are, and Hans-Peter, you want to join?
I thought I was monitoring it.
Oh, go ahead. Oh, no, please. Please.
That's what Emily said.
Okay.
And we always do what Emily says. Okay. You can sit down. I can.
Is that for me? Yeah, thanks a lot.
Okay, so in this panel, we would like to basically ask the panel members a few questions, and then we will open up for the audience to ask additional questions. And I would like to start by asking Jay first. What you already commented in your presentation on it, but maybe you can remind us of what are the major data and information gaps in your country and in the region, in the Caribbean, that the international Earth observation community could support.
Hi. Good morning again, everyone. All right.
Certainly, speaking on behalf of the SIDS and the small island states, there are a number of data gaps, and it has been causing a lot of problems. The main reason is that a lot of the information collection is really being done on a public sector basis, meaning that it's government run. And the problem with this is because of the shortage of funding and because of other engagements that the public sector have, it's really not in the forefront of government policies in these developing states. And therefore, you don't really see that desired performance. And the case in point is that most of the ministries that actually oversee the collection of data and sustainable development goals is not the main ministries. It's not the Ministry of Finance, it's not the Ministry of Energy. It'll be like the Ministry of Agriculture. These are the ministries that doesn't really have the directive to really push the process forward. I think another issue is the lack of technical support. I don't believe that, especially in the public sector, they really have the ability or the qualifications to really analyze the data. Even though they also have the information gaps in collecting the data, even the analysis is an issue there as well. In a review of it, certainly infrastructure, ICT support systems are not there. And without this basic support structure, really and truly the collection, the monitoring, the accountability and accessibility of the information is not there. And you really need that support structure to really be put in place for you to monitor the data properly. So certainly there are the information gaps. The data is not live, and I think that is why it's so hard in the small island development states to actually ascertain how well the SDGs are being implemented. As a consultant on behalf of the OECS countries, I mean, you're seeing the constant problem, the inconsistencies, the inability for planning, accountability problems, monitoring issues, and delays with the data. So certainly there's a need for investment there.
Thank you. And Christoph, I would like to ask you now, based on what you just heard and what we discussed earlier, what are the major challenges that ESA and the World Bank have faced in the effort to help the developing countries and also particularly the small island states? Maybe you can comment on that.
Sure. So this is not on anyway, so I try to be loud. Oh, it is on.
You can have this.
It is on. So, I mean, there are a few challenges along the way, probably, and they address various aspects of the problem along the value chain. So, data access is... I agree. I mean, I'm talking on it from the satellite perspective now, right? So data access has improved massively over the last couple of years, in particular with the Copernicus program. So there's a lot of data access, free access. The problem, I think, is more the uptake of the data in the development community that then actually supports the client countries. So let's take the World Bank as an example. I mean, there's a lot of excitement and increasing excitement on, use of satellite data, use of geospatial analytics, but not necessarily an in-depth technical understanding always, right? So they get all excited about using, seeing a very high resolution image, and then they say, oh, we need to work with 30 centimeter images because they think that must be the best because they're most expensive and the most fancy. They do some pilot studies if they don't get, proper guidance. And they might even find a few good conclusions, but then when it comes to scaling, they realize this is not scalable, right? So because it's just too expensive, the opportunity costs are just, it's not scalable at all. So what we try to promote within the development community is really that fit-for-purpose thinking along the data to information product to information service line. So whatever you can do with open data, do with open data. And if you cannot address it with open data, then take it step by step. Go for the least expensive version first, and because in order to keep it scalable, very different approach to the intelligence community, for example, right? So they always usually go for the highest. So this is, I guess, one of the main challenges, and also that understanding of that data is not the end goal, right? So, okay, you have data that can be free, but you still need to have some investments and a technical understanding, capacity building, awareness raising, training in how to actually make use of the data. So that can be either a one-off, analytical solution, which I call information product, some map, that may help you to make a decision, but it's increasingly moving towards continuous services, right? So making use of the temporal data flow to have a continuous pipeline that informs your decisions. And that is a totally different setup, both technically and conceptually.
Thank you. And having heard this, Sophie, how would you see the added value of the Blue Planet initiative, and where do you see the role of fitting between the user, the stakeholders on the one side, the societal ones, and the space agencies and the World Bank as a kind of a provider?
Well, I think Blue Planet can be I think we used the word incubator previously, and kind of matchmaker, bringing together the different pieces of this puzzle. So we have links to many of the providers. I think where Jai said that there's a lack of infrastructure and access to data and so on. There are a lot of data out there that Blue Planet has links to, but also on the other hand, where Christoph said that data isn't the end product, Blue Planet can help to bring that data and into products and services that can then be brought to the users. So I think Blue Planet is kind of in the middle somewhere between the users, the providers, the scientists, the governments that need the information, and okay, sorry. So yeah, I think basically Blue Planet can be central link between all the different pieces, the providers of data, the scientists that are generating a lot of the data, and on the other hand, the users, the governments that need the information to be able to respond to the Sustainable Development Goals.
Thank you. And one last question to you, Jay, before we open for very few minutes for the audience, because we have only a few minutes left. And the question is, after you heard all of this, where would you see the main role of the GEO community, in meeting some of those challenges that you described? Is it the matchmaking that is lacking, or is it really the capacity and the infrastructure that is more important to generate matchmaking? Would that be enough?
I think it's a combination of both, basically. I think basically the matchmaking is one part of it, but again, you do need that ICT support system. You do need that live data. Another model that I brought forward to the Caribbean is another model I developed, the PESM model, which was developing the local agriculture system. To link the markets and to link the production, you actually need that ICT support to have that data live. There's no such support or infrastructure of that magnitude in the Caribbean, and while you need to look at the cost factor, for you to really be effective, you need some sort of infrastructure in place. Again, it doesn't have to be the most expensive, but really and truly to get that data collaborated properly, other than just the linkages, other than just the technical expertise, you need that infrastructure in place. In addition, I would also suggest, as Christoph was saying, some workshops to really assist in terms of the technical aspects, to really educate some of the local population there, in addition to the experts, to really let them be more ingrained in what is required to analyze the data, to improve the stats, so that instead of always have that given attitude, they could self-develop to start to provide for themselves as well. And I think, that's the way to go. Infrastructure, ICT support, workshops, the training, and I think that matchmaking that you speak of is exactly what the small island development states need to really bring it forward.
Thank you very much. And just Okay,
What's
I think, you know, the concept that you described in your presentation, Christoph, with bringing the users to the data can address some of both the capacity and the infrastructure problems. So maybe you want to comment on that as well, and then we really let the audience ask some questions.
Absolutely. Actually, it fits nicely to what I wanted to say anyway. So you mentioned, you know, the capacity building, the feeling ownership within the actual local, or the stakeholders at the local level. I think that's absolutely crucial. So, and that's also what we are trying to do in this engagement with the development bank. So it's not the goal to just train the World Bank, you know, technical teams to be able to do that. Right. I mean, it's a intermediate goal, but the real goal is to transfer it down to the clients, and the clients are basically the countries, right, of the development banks. So, and that's why our teams, they join missions. You know, we have trainings in the countries, we help them, and we try to make this sustainable also once the World Bank project is over, right? So that's the idea. And what you mentioned with bringing the data, the people to the data, so these thematic exploitation platforms, they really have basically the same goal. So we really want to address the needs of the end users. We classify the end users actually in different levels of technical expertise, which is also interesting and important because, okay, you have many platforms and cloud processing environments. I mean, they are blooming, right? So you can do anything you want on Google Earth Engine, but most likely a civil protection agency, a fisheries ministry, they will not have the technical capacity to do their own coding there, right? So actually what we do is we have standardized tools. A user can upload its own algorithms if he wants, but he can also use the tools that are readily available there. So we try to train also according to different levels of expertise. And actually, we have the idea of doing such a regional activity also in the Caribbean now very soon. So I hope to collaborate with you then.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, thank you. 3 minutes left for audience questions. Okay. Anyone who wants to? Each question 1 minute.
Christopher, about the TAP initiative, how flexible is it to assimilate other type of satellite data that are not necessarily coming from Copernicus?
Oh, totally. Okay. Totally, yeah. Brief answer.
Very good. So I see 2 more questions.
Christopher, one more with the TAP. How does that compare to, I guess, to the SNAP software?
Mm-hmm. Well, they are linked. The SNAP and STEP, so that this is referring to toolbox developments, right? So we have specific toolboxes that address Sentinel-1 data, Sentinel-2, Sentinel-3, and these are kind of compiled in the SNAP environment. But the TAPs are really more a platform for community building as well, right? So there are specified tools for specified communities, whereas the STEP is more specified for a sensor type. So that's, I guess, the main difference. But yeah, in the TAPs, we integrate, we try to also prepare tools for other sensors, right? Even for future things that are not available yet, like high altitude drones, right? So, which will, have continuous data flow and high resolution. We try to already prepare tools for these developments as well. So it's totally not only on Sentinel data.
And the last question.
Doug Wilson, Caribe Goose. There's a lot of satellite people here, and we're talking a lot about satellite and data and use of data. But I think we don't want to forget the need for in situ measurements and local, not only for the data itself, but for the engagement of the users. And one of the things I noticed, if you looked at the MBON technology matrix, that was a very first world matrix. There was a lot of very expensive equipment on there, and I think there's an overall need to address the ability for small island developing states to collect data about their environment locally, and we need to be thinking about new tools to improve that capability. And this is a big theme, but I think it's important.
Well, that was more a comment, and thank you very much.
Can I respond?
Sophie, you want to respond to it?
Okay. I totally agree with that comment, and I just wanted to respond that there are some initiatives that are addressing this, particularly the G7 group which is working on the future of oceans or whatever. So there's a working group within that that's addressing capacity building for developing countries in terms of trying to develop cheaper technologies. And also POGO, actually, we have an alumni network from our training programs that have been funded by the Nippon Foundation. And we have a group of our alumni who are working on developing a cheap CTD out of Russia. So that's another initiative that may hopefully go somewhere.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we didn't have more than 20 minutes for this panel. Considering this, we didn't even introduce the panelists and didn't waste time on that. So I would like to thank everybody for this very efficient and very informative panel. And now we have all to run to another event. Those who are still watching the streaming, we have to leave now and go to another event and continue there our discussions. Thank you.
I see. Okay. Okay, thank you for coming to this event. It's my pleasure to be able to start formally this activity. This activity originally was pushed by the European Commission, but when we tried to start this activity and we offered this activity to the GEO Secretariat, we discovered what was obvious, that apart from Europe, there are other places where they are doing citizen science. So, and then we started some telcos, and we organized this event together. And this is really good because we are making this broader. It is not completely good because now we see that even the description of the task that we have in the web needs to be adjusted a little bit. But that's part of what we are going to do today, probably. Understand better the objectives of this group, the capacities of this group, and then have an agenda on how we can move forward in introducing citizen science into the GEO's mainstream. So this is what we are going to do. The program, you have it, this is very well organized, so you have a piece of paper in your chairs where you see that essentially there are 3 blocks. We want to start soft, so we have lightning talks, so short talks. The presenters has promised 5-7 minutes. Then we have some discussions, and after that we will have the panel that again has some presentations and discussions. And during that we will think about, we will be inspired by those presentations, and we will think about these topics that really need to be addressed in this group. And we will list them, and we will try to sort them, give them a priority, and then think about telecoms and new meetings and this stuff to come this group into life and not limited it to a description in a web. So thank you for coming, and I would like to invite you directly to the first block. So Leah, please. Okay, help me with that.
All right, thank you everyone for coming today. Secure World Foundation is joining several other sponsors. And as Joanne just said, we have tried to create a dynamic presentation for you. So we have a variety of interesting projects that are going to be highlighted, as well as some thoughts by some preeminent experts on this topic about what is the way forward. So I'd like to do one more welcoming remark, and I'd like to invite our Executive Director, Michael Simpson, who has been a part of the GEO world for quite a number of years, to say a few words, and then we will get started with our lightning talks.
Thank you, Crystal. Well, the program that we have presented to us starts off by saying that the growth of citizen science is a global phenomenon, and I don't think any of us would challenge that, but it is important to keep in mind that growth does not imply new. Citizen science has been a part of the human experience for a long time. Anybody that's had the chance to see some of the traveling tours of Leonardo da Vinci's sketchbooks realizes that in addition to some wonderful drawings of portraiture, there are also aerodynamics and anatomy and hydrodynamics that obviously fascinated him well enough to have actually made significant progress in that area. Da Vinci was an artist, and so I think we would have to say his science was citizen science. I think we also need to keep in mind that you don't have to be my age, let's say, to be a citizen scientist. I don't know if you followed the recent news, but there's a fascinating piece of news out about an upcoming article in the Journal of Solar Physics that details the discovery in 1886 by a 17-year-old citizen scientist, Juan Valderrama de Aguilar, in Spain, of a solar flare that he actually managed to sketch and about which he had a paper accepted in the French journal Astronomie in that year. No PhD, no university degree yet, but clearly a citizen scientist. I remember the first time that citizen science sort of grabbed me as a real possibility. It was when a group of faculty came to me when I was president of the International Space University, proposing a project that they wanted the students to work on in 2009 during the Space Studies program. The program was nicknamed DREAM because it was something of an acronym for Disaster Risk Evaluation and Management. And it was all about coordinating space observation with citizen use of smartphones and photography of that generation, with the needs of the World Bank for being able to ground truth the risk that certain building projects faced from a geographical perspective. That team project ultimately was completed with some extraordinary expertise help from the World Bank, and it opened my eyes to this idea that we absolutely should not eliminate this resource of curiosity, capability, and increasingly infrastructure that supports citizen science. From the standpoint of GEO, keep in mind that the Mexico City Declaration, among many other comments that could be seen as supportive of citizen science, asked us to resolve that we would increase the base of stakeholders that were contributing to the GEO mission. No better way to increase the number of stakeholders than to involve them in the mission. Those of you who've taught have probably realized that you can excite classes more with questions than you can with data or answers. The strategic plan for GEO calls on us to use our convening power to bring together those who can turn information into knowledge. Well, GEO has had an extraordinary professional community of such people, but all of them seem to recognize that the job is just too big, the resources are just too small. Reaching out to people who can do bits and pieces, and maybe even large bits and pieces of this work, is extraordinarily important. So as under this GEO plenary we seek to find insight for a changing world, citizen science can be a very important tool. And I just leave you with one last thought, that we should not forget another interesting citizen scientist who eventually became a professional scientist. Albert Einstein received his PhD in 1905, which also was the wonder year in which he published 4 papers that radically changed the basis of physics while he was a clerk in a patent office. So we have a lot to thank citizen sciences for. Thank you, and enjoy the session.
So we'd like to thank the GEO Secretariat for allowing us to host this workshop. We also want to show appreciation for the 4 organizations that helped to co-organize this event, including CREF, Secure World Foundation, the NSF South Big Data Innovation Hub, and the Wilson Center. So Crystal, Anne, Juan, myself, and several others who've been very helpful today. We also want to bring to your attention, those watching the live stream, that you can tweet your questions. We will have someone here who will be monitoring the Twitter feed. We'll call out your questions to the panelists for us. Use hashtag GeoCitSci, so GeoCitSci, GeoCitSci, and I think there's also a hashtag for the larger GeoPlenary, is it hashtag GeoWeek? GeoWeek 17, yes. So with that, I'll get started. So we began the session on lightning talks. So think about if you had 100,000 people to help you with your work, what would you do? Right? What is crowdsourcing? So we want to talk a little bit about, so we're all on the same page, what is crowdsourcing? What is citizen science? Because when you talk to people, you get very different ideas, and it's in fact a spectrum of activities. So crowdsourcing, as defined originally by Jeff Howe in Wired magazine, is a process where individuals or organizations submit an open call for voluntary contributions from a large group of individuals, the crowd, often through an online platform. Now, that crowd can be unknown individuals, or it can be a group of trusted experts, so like the Polymath Project, where a mathematician in the UK posted a mathematical challenge he was having, and mathematicians around the world added their thoughts and collaborated in solving the problem through an online blog. Citizen science is a form of crowdsourcing, and I want to say before we get into it, we're not saying that citizen science is right for solving every scientific problem, but it can be valuable when applied to the right problem, scientific or engineering problem, and when designed properly. So citizen science. Well, there's been a lot written in the literature, and the U.S. Federal Community of Practice in Citizen Science spent a good year refining the definition of citizen science, trying to be inclusive for all the many ways in which the public can contribute to scientific research. And so the way they've defined it is contributions of the public to the advancement of science and engineering research and monitoring, so not just basic research, but also things like environmental monitoring that may include the full spectrum of the scientific process, from identifying the research questions, designing and conducting investigations, designing, building, and testing low-cost sensors, collecting and analyzing data, developing data applications, developing technologies for science, and solving complex problems. Although that last point, we're just now seeing an emerging area of projects where we're really doing some very creative problem solving with citizen science. So again, with this graphic, you see the spectrum from sample and specimen collection, observations. With my cell phone, I can take images, or I can add a sensor to the cell phone and upload it. We have wearables now and fabrics that collect data. So there's a variety of ways in which the crowd can help us with data collection. But they also can help, as Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team talk will present, on data processing, data analysis, image interpretation. And projects like Foldit allowed the crowd to actually help them solve a problem. So in that, they had a protein. They were trying to figure out how it was structured. For years, scientists and their algorithms couldn't figure it out. In a matter of weeks, the crowd, through an online video game, were able to figure out how that protein was structured related to an HIV AIDS virus. And that could lead to new medications. What's the value proposition? Well, we can collect data with improved spatial or temporal resolution. We can increase the geographic extent or temporal scale for long-term studies. We can analyze imagery and apply big data techniques where computer algorithms might not suffice. So now with machine learning, human-in-the-loop process, the crowd can help train the machines that then accelerate our analysis, and again, generate new ideas for data applications and technologies. But citizen science comes with some challenges, and these include silos, like any other data-related activity, trust and credibility, data quality issues, but I would assert that we should follow the same data quality practices we would with any scientific endeavor. There's a lot of legal and ethical issues, depends on the country you're working in, but global projects have to deal with multiple different legal frameworks. Security issues of cybersecurity and safety, Sustainability, how do we motivate volunteers? How do we sustain their interest? And then, of course, the usual data, cyber infrastructure, tools, services, collaborations that we need to develop. And, for example, is working with the OGC and others on metadata for citizen science. But how do we evaluate our projects? That's a big area that's emerging. And what is the impact? And what is the value of citizen science from a socioeconomic perspective? So NASA has now funded a valuables consortium that's looking at the value of Earth observation data. This might be something we could look at. Some studies have shown it's in the millions to billions of dollars that volunteers are contributing to our research. There's an ecosystem to citizen science. Several professional associations have come together, or I should say formed in recent years, to advance the field of citizen science, the science of citizen science, develop best practice and standards. So here in the U.S., we've got the Citizen Science Association and the U.S. Federal Community of Practice on Crowdsourcing and Citizen Science, which is 350 federal staff strong from 60 different agencies. Europe's got the European Citizen Science Association, the Australian Citizen Science Association. I believe there's an Austrian Citizen Science Association and so forth. And these organizations are beginning to collaborate and connect across the globe. There are platforms like Zooniverse, which are engaging millions of volunteers. They provide tools such as a platform that has modules that you can build projects. So they're making it very easy to get projects started. The U.S. federal government mobilized 125 federal staff to build a toolkit. So for folks who are coming new to citizen science, where do you begin? How do you design a project? What are the different approaches for handling data quality? How do you motivate volunteers? And this is building off the efforts of the Citizen Science Central toolkit. We also worked with policymakers to get a White House memo, to get legislation, to provide top-level support for U.S. federal citizen science. And most notably, we worked with the folks in USGEO and GEO to build in citizen science as part of the U.S. National Strategy and National Plan for Civil Earth Observations, and they're now doing a new assessment. So for those of you in the room from the U.S., hope you can contribute and provide input on that. So with that, I'd like to introduce our speakers. First up is Maria Kumida. Maria is a PhD candidate under the supervision of Professor Vasilou Yanis, working on interactive visualization of filtering techniques of RDF datasets with millions of elements, so big data. She's a software developer at the Institute of Communication and Computer Science, ICCS. Her research interests include other database management systems, interactive visualization techniques, and spatial data. So we ask that the lightning talk folks come and present at the podium and then sit back down when you're finished. 5 to 7 minutes, and we will hold time. And again, the hashtag is #GeoCitSci.
Yep.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm here today to present SENT. It's a smart toolbox for engaging citizens into people-centric observation web. Thank you. Our project wants to answer the question if citizen science can play an integral part of environmental decision-making. We want to engage citizens to become the eyes of the policymakers, more or less monitor the changes in land cover and land use, and in the end, this information will be used in order to develop some flood models that will enable us to monitor and manage flood phenomena. We are going to focus in 2 different areas. Please note that on your left side is the urban area of Kifissos River, which is in Attica, Greece. There we have a river that crossed through the town of Athens. It's mostly concrete riverbanks, and there are many recent phenomena of overflowing, which have resulted in many problems, mostly damages in properties, and there have been once a very extreme phenomenon where there will be issues with people that were in extreme danger. So we want to see how we are going to be able to give the authorities the knowledge that they need to prevent such phenomena. On the right hand, we have the Danube Delta in Romania, the wetland there. Please note that there the rivers are expected to overflow. If you can see from the image, there are many water bodies among the area, and the overflow phenomena are more than often, and they are expected. The problem there is that the difference in flows have impact on the way the in the way that the land can be developed and what can we do there. So you see that we have chosen two very different areas in order to test our tool to make sure that we will be able to handle every phenomenon. Now our toolbox consists of many technologies that have as an aim to crowdsource as many information as possible from the user. We do ask the user for images, but we also ask for text, and we provide them with sensors, and we combine this information for machine learning purposes and also for models, both for land coverage and land use and flood models. In the end, we have a tool that will that we present to the policymakers in order to enable them to make decisions, educated decisions, over actions that need to take place. So there are many ways that someone can contribute in the SEND campaigns, either local volunteers and that are interested in making measures or using sensors and letting us know about the situations in the rivers. There is our gaming applications, where we ask the users to look around for our little monsters, as you see in the slide. When locating such monsters in areas that we are interested in, the user is going to take an image. We are going to extract through machine learning the information depicted there and use them to the models. So the user is motivated through the game and through the importance of the contribution to give us the images, but also he's motivated through the results, as he can see actively the decisions that through the SEND were taken and the changes that his contribution made. Last but not least, our contribution to GEOS is going to be the harmonization platform. It's an innovating platform that will be responsible for the data quality control over the gathered data. It will store the image metadata, the data that we are going to receive from sensors, as well as the land coverage and land use maps. In addition, all the flood models and the flood risk maps in OGC compliant observations, so that we can distribute this data to anyone that might need to use them and develop their own application based on that. That would be all. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to hold questions until the last of the lightning talks. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mikkel Marin. Mikkel leads the community team at Mapbox, building diverse collaborations centered on amazing mapping tools and open data to make positive change on complex global problems. As a Presidential Innovation Fellow at the State Department, Mikkel drove OpenStreetMap adoption across federal agencies. He's the co-founder of the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team, co-founder of Map Kibera and Ground Truth Initiative, and board member of OpenStreetMap Foundation.
Hi, Leah. Hi, everybody. Leah and I were Presidential Innovation Fellows together a couple years ago. Nice to see you. I'm Mikkel Marin. I'm one of the many co-founders, grandparents of Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. And I wanted to talk about a little bit about, well, first, how many people are familiar at all with Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team or OpenStreetMap? Okay, yeah, so one of the primary activities of HOT, of HOT, is connecting the OpenStreetMap community, and it really is a community. It's a community of individuals who care very deeply about spatial data, who come from all sorts of backgrounds. Some of them are volunteers, but many of them are, fortunate people like me who can do OpenStreetMap and mapping as part of our job. You see here, this is a map showing kind of an overview of the HOT response to Typhoon Haiyan, which was produced by the American Red Cross. And the American Red Cross International Services Team, which is sort of like a global leader in terms of their adoption of technology and GIS, is a critical part of HOT every day. They, but represent themselves as individuals within our community. Let me explain this picture a little bit. That red line is the path of Typhoon Haiyan, and you see all of these grid squares. This was kind of a summation of the work in the Tasking Manager, which is a tool that we use within HOT. We source satellite imagery from wherever we can get it. So if you happen to know anyone who has any satellite imagery, we need it, especially after emergencies. Most frequently, we go to commercial sources. Digital Globe is a very big contributor and now has an open data program after any emergency, like the recent hurricanes. They were releasing imagery, which HOT and others in the OpenStreetMap community can use to create data. So in this emergency, we're sourcing both pre-event, post-event imagery, and then dividing up this huge swath of the Philippines into small squares. The Tasking Manager is what allows thousands of people at one time to go and create data together. It's our coordination tool. We just launched version 3 yesterday, day before. Tyler Radford is the executive director of HOT, is also here. So we do a lot of work with Earth observation data, but we also just observe the Earth, and this is part of I think the strength of OpenStreetMap. It's an open platform that has lots of different uses, not just emergency response or risk prevention, like I'll talk about here, but commercial uses, hiking, anything. And so as a result, the platform has APIs, has multiple ways that you can contribute data. In the first way that we started with OpenStreetMap, this was before we had access to satellite imagery on this scale, was by walking around with GPS units. And the original plan back in 2004 was to walk basically every street in the world, convince all of our friends to do so, and eventually we'd map the whole world. But this is still, of course, you can see a lot from the sky, but as you know, you need to be on the ground. These are some of the staff. They were graduate students at RD University and University of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania, working with the World Bank, local government authorities, to collect very detailed information on flood risk across the entire city, and using techniques like survey, techniques like UAV imagery, which was then posted into Open Aerial Map, which is part of HOT's contribution to GEOS as citizen-collected data using UAVs, and in other imagery. They actually mapped all of Dar es Salaam, which is the fastest-growing city in Africa, I believe. So this combination of many different techniques through an open API, iteratively, it's a wiki, essentially, like Wikipedia, so you can have multiple passes. The information gets better over time the more people contribute and touch it. And it's not just emergencies. So over the last year or so, HOT has been part of a partnership to map over 500,000 square kilometers around the world of buildings, just building footprints. And this is an essential data set in malaria incidence analysis, in planning for campaigns on the ground, any kind of interventions. 500,000 square kilometers were mapped. This is just the town of the city of Livingstone, Zambia. Something like 5 million buildings were mapped over the last 6-9 months by both volunteers and by people who were working at Digital Globe, Quintet Health Access Initiative. So it's not just something which can be activated in emergencies, but in long-term events or long-term projects like global public health scourges like malaria. We have a great guide on the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. It's a guide to how each of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals, can take advantage of the work that happens within HOT, within OpenStreetMap. The applications are extremely wide. There is a huge community of people who work in OSM. I just was at the State of the Map US conference along with Tyler and 500 of our best friends talking about OpenStreetMap. And you had some of the largest companies in the world there, small companies, some of the largest nonprofits in the world, small nonprofits, cities, and individuals who just make use or create spatial data, and the techniques that are being explored within this community, machine learning, and combined with the global community, it's a really interesting place to be. So I think my time is up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikel. With that, I'd like to introduce Leticia Navarro. Leticia is the Executive Secretary of GeoBond since October 2016. She has a master's in ecological biodiversity and evolution from the University of Pierre at Marie Curie in Paris, a Master of Ethnobiology from the Museum National d'Histoire Naturelle in Paris. I'm sorry, I don't have French. And a PhD in conservation biology from the University of Lisbon, Portugal. Sounds like fabulous places to study.
Thank you. Sorry, I could have translated the name of my university. So thank you, and I wanted to thank the organizers for inviting me and giving me the opportunity to present GeoBond's perspective on citizen science. But before doing this, I wanted to briefly present you what GeoBond is. So for those of you that are not familiar with us, we are the Group on Earth Observation Biodiversity Observation Network. We are one of the 4 GEO flagship. And our mission is to improve the acquisition, the coordination, and the delivery of biodiversity observations and related ecosystem services to a wide range of users, from the scientific community to decision makers. Ultimately, our vision is to build globally coordinated biodiversity observation network that can contribute to effective management policies for biodiversity and ecosystem services. Our secretariat is based in Leipzig, Germany, but we are, most of all, a global partnership with a lot of partners, and actually too many partners to fit on this slide, so apologies if your logo is missing. We recently adopted an implementation plan for 2017-2020, and we built all our activities around 2 key components. On the one hand, we want to develop a standard and flexible framework for biodiversity observations. And on the other hand, we want to support the development of biodiversity observation networks per se. And both of those components aim at producing policy-relevant outputs. So to develop this framework for biodiversity observations, we are developing the essential biodiversity variables, or EBVs. They're largely inspired by the essential climatic variables, for those of you that are more familiar with them. And we can define them as a minimum set of measurements that are complementary to one another, and that can capture major dimensions of biodiversity change. So you can understand them as the level of integration between raw biodiversity observations and high-level indicators that are needed by national governments, for instance, to report to the Convention on Biological Diversity on progress towards the different Aichi targets. These EBVs are organized around 6 classes: genetic composition, species population, species traits, community composition, ecosystem structure, and ecosystem function. The biodiversity observations that are used to produce those EBVs, they come from many different sources, from remote sensing to in situ monitoring and environmental DNA. And clearly there's an opportunity for citizen science to contribute here, either, for instance, in the acquisition of in situ biodiversity observations, if we consider the work developed by eBird, or to contribute to the mobilization of data, for instance, by cataloging museum collections or by doing photo identification. So for this presentation, I wanted to give you an example of citizen science initiatives that can or could contribute to the development of EBVs. And probably the EBV class that can be supported by the widest range of citizen science project would be the species population EBV class. So these comprise, for instance, of species distribution EBVs, population abundance, and so on. And so these are an idea of the project that can contribute, and you can see that some have a global scope, such as iNaturalist, iSpot, eBird again, and some are national initiatives, such as Biodiversity for All in Portugal. And several of those projects that contribute to the species population EBVs can also be used to generate data to produce the EBVs in the community composition class, so for instance on species interactions and species richness. There are also some projects that produce important data to develop species trait EBVs, for instance, phenology, body size. And this is quite relevant because there are already some databases on traits that are out there for several taxa, for instance, for plants, for mammals, for birds, and more recently for amphibians. But this doesn't mean that we have time series on those traits. So having citizen scientists involved in the acquisition of data would be very relevant. I wanted to say a few words about data standards because we've been working for quite some time with GBIF to promote the use of the Darwin Core and more recently the Event Core extensions. And that allows you to inform some fields such as organism quantity, but also to relate sampling events within the same studies. And this is very useful because it can allow us eventually to produce time series of population sizes, for instance. And this is crucial for the development of the species population EBVs. Now, as I told you, our other core focus is to support the development of Biodiversity Observation Network, or BONDS. Their mission is to contribute to the collection and the analysis of harmonized biodiversity observations, to develop interoperable biodiversity monitoring program, but also to work on those data standards. They can be organized at different scales. So we have 3 national bonds in Colombia, France, and China. We also have 2 regional bonds, one in the Arctic and one in the Asia-Pacific region. And we also have 2 thematic bonds, the marine bond, M bond, and the freshwater bond. So this doesn't mean that these are the only biodiversity observation network out there. Those are the ones that went through the endorsement process that GeoBond developed. And clearly, citizen observatories could and should become important actors within those biodiversity observation networks. We are also developing with the Alexander von Humboldt Institute in Colombia, Bond in a Box, which is an online platform for capacity building and knowledge exchange. So this platform could be used to share protocols and standards from citizen science initiative and enhance capacity building. Yeah. Well, actually, this is my last slide. So I wanted to say that the content of this talk was very largely inspired by a chapter that was written by Mark Chandler and colleague, and that was published in the GON book for Biodiversity Observation Network. And this book is in open access, so I invite you to download it. And if you want to know more, we also published some guidelines for monitoring. So guidelines on the monitoring of butterfly, but also on invasive species, and all this material is available on our website. And you can find the address here. And with that, I would like to thank you.
Okay, yeah. All right. So with that, we'd like to welcome Juan back up to the stage. He's a researcher at CREF and GIS developer. He's the co-creator of the Marimon compressed map and the Marimon map reader idea. He serves on the OGC technical committee. Lots of things you're doing here with the IEEE, ISO, GEOS, Horizon 2020, Connect Geo, Horizon Water in EU, Ground Truth 2.0 Next GEOS, ERA Planet. He's a member of the GEO Program Board, GEO Standards and Interoperability Forum, the GDO 6 In Situ Coordination Geotasks, and GeoSpain Users Forum chairs. So you've got a lot going on.
Yeah, in summary, the troublemaker. Okay, I'm here. I'm here to present another of the citizens observatories, we have this citizen observatory in the title of the group, and this reflects this European approach to this. But we are talking about citizen science in general. As he said, that I work in CREAF. Let's start by the definition. What makes a citizen observatory something different from, or at least particular, in the citizen science world? It's a community-based environmental monitoring and information system. They build on innovative and novel Earth observation applications embedded in portable and mobile personal devices. And this means that citizens can help and be engaged in observing our environment. There were 5 pioneer observing systems, but I would like to concentrate on the current ones. They are 4. We already had one presented. We will have another one presented in the next block. So I have here the responsibility of summarize their project in front of the actual coordinators. I believe I will skip that. Let me talk about GROW. This is about sustainable custodianship and land soil. They want to meet demands of food production, so they are doing things mainly on calibrate and validate satellite-based soil moisture. So actually the whole thing is about soil moisture with campaigns-based approach and engage. We already saw that scent is more in the image and the tagging of those images, using gaming, using machine learning, and they have a couple of cases, at least at the beginning. Maybe there are more now, I don't know. LandSense builds on an environmental platform. It has emphasis on services. They use PhotoQuest platform. They want to do change detection in land use, land cover, alerting about bird habitat risks. They work on a single sign-on. They have 3 demo cases on the on landscape change, agriculture, and habitat monitoring, and many more things that will be presented later. You are too serious. Maybe I'm saying something wrong. I'm worried about. And now I'm more comfortable with ground truth because this is mine. This is the project that I'm participating in. Actually, I'm not coordinating this whatsoever. It's Uta Wen from the UN IHE in Delft. And I will talk about it later. Let me just say that these 4 projects are on another umbrella. This is a coordinate action that wants to do an inventory of citizen observatories and sustainability, accelerate the outtake of citizen observatories, and facilitate the adoption of Earth observation communities. And I'm saying this here because since this is a coordinated action, this shares part of the objectives of this group. And maybe we could take advantage of this. And again, the coordinator of this project to be is, watching at me, so I will be careful on what I say. One thing that made me think about the presentation of what citizen science is that in ground truth, the coordinator is making a lot of emphasis on the policy and decision making there. You see here this other bubble. So we have the citizens, we have the data flow here, but also we want the citizens to influence the policy. And this is another component that we can add to citizen science if the data they collect is because precisely it wants to influence informed decisions. No? This is again another component. So this is not about just collecting data. It's about knowledge sharing. It's about cooperative planning. It's about environmental stewardship, as the slide says. In any case, we are using a very sophisticated co-design process based on social science methodologies. I'm an IT guy, so I'm kind of surprised of the approach, and I'm actually learning about that. I will not give you details, but it's kind of meetings with a lot of small piece of papers and colors here and there, but also extracting information from these techniques to stimulate the discussions. And we are doing this 6 times, because we are doing this in Belgium, and these observatories about air quality. We are doing this in the Netherlands. It's about water, as you know, Netherlands are very worried about that. Sweden, it's about water quality. In this case, in Spain, we are doing a phenological observatory influencing on climate change activities. We have biodiversity conservation in Kenya, and we have sustainable natural resources management in Zambia. And with all this heterogeneity, we should contribute to GEO. So actually, we need some kind of a common methodology, and we want to advocate about these standards that were previously mentioned twice, actually, by 2 previous presenters. So in this case, we want to use this sensor web enablement for citizen science white paper that comes from one of the previous citizens observatories, that the name is down there next to the tree. So we want to do the usual thing, but applying standards, we're saving costs, we're reusing things, we are doing something meaningful. So actually, I couldn't resist that, a bit of UML and XML here. This is to wake you up. I'm just showing that we are describing observations in a formal manner. And the user will never see that, but actually we are integrating things in viewers like this one. So thank you for listening to me. And since since I'm the also responsible for all the communication work package, I have to do this. So we are everywhere in the, everywhere in the virtual world, in the real world, everywhere. Thank you.
All right, with that, I'd like to welcome our last lightning talk, Dr. Andreas Mathias. Andreas is the founder and managing director of the Secure Dimensions GmbH, situated in Munich, Germany. The company's main business since beginning in 2009 is to provide consultancy and software for enabling mainstream IT security solutions for the geospatial marketplace based on open standards. Andreas holds a PhD from the, here I go again, Technische Universität München?
Technische Universität München, ja.
Okay, thank you. In computer science on the topic of distributed access control for geospatial information. So with that.
Guess what? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. So the lightning talk this time is not including XML. It's not including standard descriptions. I'm trying to give you a very light overview of what LandSense is trying to do in order to build an engagement platform. So, I mean, when you start a project like this, you always have the same problem to face: how to avoid to build a system that is in silo. You need to deal with privacy of users because they contribute and their personal information must be protected. Also, you have the challenge that the objects that they observe, they must be protected. So if you have endangered species or these kinds of things, then not everything is open. So and then you wonder what you do and how to start off. And in LandSense, we have very many partners, and they have systems out there, they have services, they have apps out there. So what to do? Certainly not to build a centralized system, not to come up with a centralized database for the users, because that would be another silo. So we were thinking hard now what to do and how to avoid that typical pitfall. So, and the idea is to build a LandSense engagement platform. And what I was wondering, and that's my provocative part, as Juan said, some are a troublemaker. So the provocative part is, would that be a solution to Geo or someone else? Yeah. So here for Geos. So very quick. the engagement platform in Lansense is about, well, you can participate as a citizen scientist. That's very trivial. You can engage as an application developer. So if you have a great idea and you have an application that you're hosting and you wonder, maybe that could be used in citizen science to improve things, then what I want to have that being used. So how do you deal with that? Then in Lansense, we have apps and we have services and we have APIs and we have data sets. So we have the toolbox to do all that, but we do not have a centralized system. We have a distributed system. Yeah? So we're providing the services, APIs, and other tools to whoever needs them. Yeah? So in order to do that, you need to build something, a framework. Yeah? You don't build a system, you build a framework where the APIs are clearly defined, how to participate as a user, as an app developer, as a service provider. Yeah? So a little of that is on this slide. So basically what we're doing is we do the same thing as Google does and all the others in the social media environment arena. But we do not do one thing. We do not force you to create a user account with us and log in with us each and every time. Instead, what we do, we say, okay, and here's a little techie stuff in there, SAML2 compliant authentication. If you don't know what that is and you wonder, ask me afterwards, please. But the most important thing is that SAML2 compliant authentication is done by all universities on this planet. The universities, the academic research institutes, they're all organized in academic federations. And they use a SAML2 compliant authentication method. So what we do in Lansense, we do exactly the same thing. We say, okay, we use standards, security standards, to build a system. So we're using OAuth 2. We deal with access tokens, but we don't force you to log in with us. You can choose your organization. And at the moment, so the second bullet there is, what we are doing is allowing everyone from any academic federation in the world to use our system. You can log in with your home institute and get to our applications, services, data sets, whatsoever you can contribute. And at the moment, we are in a test phase with the German Academic Federation. And once that test phase is done, hopefully next year in February, we have EduGain enabled. So that means use your university account or whatsoever to participate, to log into our system. So on the server side of things, SAML is not really the thing to go. These days, where you have APIs and web applications and mobile applications, you need to do something else. So we do access control and access tokens using OAuth 2. So with that, you need something that brokers between the SAML Academic Federation authentication and access tokens that you can use in your web apps, in your mobile apps, to access the services, right? So we operate a core component, which is the authorization server. So, and it's brokering between the identities coming in from federations to an access token that you can use on the services that are in Lansense. So, and here's my provocative slide, which is the last. The question that I was wondering is our contribution to GEOS. What could it be? Well, perhaps this metaphor, this framework concept, where you build a distributed system, and with that, you can manage who is on and who can log in with the coordination center. It's very similar, or it's actually identical to what the academic federations do. Then you can log in via those academic federations, via Google, Facebook, whatsoever. So that could also be done by Geo. And then they can operate this core central service, which is the authorization server. So if you have a neat app that you want to register so that it can be used on Geo resources, well, then go to the authorization server, register your app, and then people can use it. And as a service provider, well, you don't have to register. You just accept those access tokens that come via a standard called OAuth 2. And that's it. So with that, you can ensure that you know who the user is. You can make sure that you have only that piece of information of a user that you really need to do the service. So you can deal with the new Data Protection Act coming out in Europe in force next year, May 25. That's very important. So with all this concept, I leave it at that. And I'd like to thank you. And if you have questions, then please, later. I'm here only today. Tomorrow, I'm flying back home. Thank you.
So if we could get the presenters to maybe sit here for the questions or stand, and then we'll have to have one of them right here. There you go. Any questions? Let's go. In the back.
My name is Deborah Long, and I'm here representing the Grow Observatory. I'm sorry we're the only one that didn't give a presentation, but you can ask me questions afterwards, and we have a poster. My question was in response to one of the challenges that Leah threw up at the beginning about sustainability. One thing we're aiming to do is to engage 20,000 citizens over the next 2 years. How do we maintain that momentum and their enthusiasm going forward, given that citizen science isn't actually free, but it still represents great value for money? I wonder whether Mikhail might answer that. He seems to have found a solution.
Actually, we'd like to hear from all the panelists.
Yeah, me too. So the interesting thing about OpenStreetMap is it's not dependent on a single organization for continuity. It's it's a platform in which different organizations of very different types can come and go, and yet the movement itself continues. Starting something like that is hard, but it's something to keep in mind is that it's very hard for like one institution or even a few institutions to keep something going. One ideal way is to create an ecosystem where there's a number of partners who, and that's why there's so many platforms in citizen science and crowdsourcing, finding places to collaborate where there's already technical infrastructure, but also can be expanded is I think one. That's why OpenStreetMap is partially successful. You can just start using what's there.
One of the others of you like to respond?
For me, in order to keep the user happy, you have to show him how you use the information. I believe that's in StreetMaps too. If the user sees that the information that he provides is used and there is some reaction to his actions, if that's correct term, I believe that then he's going to come back and give you again the information that you ask. As long as there is some reaction and some development and some growth within the application. And I believe that StreetMaps do that, and they do it in a very an exceptional way, if I may. Sorry.
No problem. In Ground Truth, we are using this co-design approach in the way that users take ownership of the observatories. So this is done in the start, and they know we are there to help. We are doing the hard thing to start the observatory, but they participate in all phases, and it will be their observatory. It is not the solution. I know I'm not answering your question completely, but it's part of it.
From my perspective, as I mentioned earlier, I think that having the citizen observatories become important parts of a biodiversity observation network and acknowledging that the citizen scientists are actors of those biodiversity observation network would be a step forward.
Do I have to say something? Okay. Thank you.
Yes, you must.
All right, we have a question from the Twitterverse. Philip Southam asks, are these really collecting large amounts of data using private computer information or public cloud service?
To whom is that question?
To anyone who wants to answer.
Oh.
Okay.
So I guess is there privacy questions or things available and
This
open
is the
to
privacy
public?
guy.
Oh, privacy, that would be my thing. but I don't know what to say.
How is privacy handled in your program?
Okay, how much time do I have? Okay, no, I mean, it's not really funny. We have this new data regulation, this Data Protection Act coming out in force next year in Germany. In Europe. I'm a little jet lagged. So the problem really is that you need to obey with that regulation, and privacy is one of the big aspects. So which pieces of user information can you actually use and process for a particular purpose? So I guess the challenge is with citizen science that you need to clearly state what the objective is. Why do you need personal information? For what particular purpose do you need that? And store it and process it. And if you can make that clear in your project, in your system, then you are in good shape to be correct with the privacy aspect.
Still thinking.
In ground truth, I believe there is no observatory that is using the cloud. We are, to give you an example, the phenological observation is using a service that is in the GBV Spain premises. It's a simple answer in this case.
A follow-up question is, are they using cloud services to provide the cyber infrastructure for these programs?
Well, okay, so we are building not a centralized system, so I don't know. LandSense is using a distributed system, so where the different participating organizations host their things. So I would need to ask them how they host it and what they do, but I believe many of the solutions are in the cloud, potentially, yeah, and that is not a problem, that's not a challenge. So long your personal information, your private data is not there, it's not stored in the cloud, because that would be a problem. So, but storing data and services and providing that from the cloud, I think that's general, that's what everyone does.
Yeah, so OpenStreetMap is also very much a hybrid, federated model. At the core, core servers are actually maintained directly by the foundation, who take privacy very seriously. We collect very minimal personal information. It's mostly about collecting data out in the world. And we spend a lot of time with making clear the implications of collecting spatial data. That being said, data that's produced in OpenStreetMap is distributed in a wide network, and so it ends up on many cloud services. Mapbox, like the company I work for, is all run on AWS, and we have a pipeline for bringing OpenStreetMap data in, and other companies and entities. HOT holds a number of services. I'm not actually don't know the details of the technical infrastructure of HOT. I think it's probably also a mix of AWS and hosted servers.
Other questions from the audience? Tanya.
A follow-up question to security and privacy. So taking it a little bit one step further, if balancing security and privacy of data with a need for data provenance, for example, is to estimate biases of the downstream models, and for whether it's biodiversity or HOT or others. So how not only the privacy and security aspects of this, but tracking data and metadata in a way which allows then model building for downstream.
Okay, so one aspect that I haven't mentioned, what LandSense is also dealing with, is licensing information, provenance, and all of that. Because when you have a data set that you process, then what can you do with the result? So what limitations do you have? Which license agreements do you need to be compliant with? So the question really is, if you have a data set to start off with and you have a product at the end, which licenses can you put on that? But the other way around is, you have a data set with a particular license on it, now you want to run a citizen campaign, what data license must the citizen scientist acknowledge when he creates information? Because at the end, you want that information come together with another set of data, which has a pre-given license on it, and at the end, you want all of that package, that product, you want to sell that with another license on top. So the question really is, which license agreement does a user, a citizen science, must acknowledge before starting observing? And in Landsat, that is a very important aspect. We simply do not let people collect stuff. We also let them know what the licensing conditions are going to be, so what is going to happen with the stuff that you collect, so to make sure they understand what this can all be used for, so that you can actually build products, downstream things, by combining the observations from citizens with, let's say, geospatial data. Yeah?
I was just thinking, do I want to answer the licensing question or the privacy question? Like, which is sort of the lesser of two evils? And I'll do the. Yeah, it's one of the most complicated questions in just data generally. And if there's anything, if I had a wish for maybe something within Geo, would really be examining with an eye towards simplification. There are just so many different ways that data is licensed and shared towards maximum flexibility and maximum shareability. There's been a lot of good work in the open data space, but it's still like, yeah, it's really messy and complicated, and there's very few legal experts who actually can wrap their minds around all of the implications. On privacy within OpenStreetMap, you have a user which is identifiable with edits. So you can build up reputation within the system, and that is really critical in order for doing quality analysis and for building the community. However, you are under no obligation to link that to your real-world identity. So in that way, you can use the record of someone's participation as a way of assessing to the degree to which you may need to, whether they're trusted in the system or not. But that doesn't mean that you know who they are in real life. Though many people do reveal who they are in real life and come together and meet at events like this one or at State of the Map US, which Tyler and I were just at.
Any additional questions in the audience? Okay, I have a question. I guess it'll be the last one. Cybersecurity isn't often talked about in citizen science projects, and we're often dealing with open systems, right? Open source, open code, open participation. Particularly HOT and maybe some of the others are working in zones where you may be in conflict zones or have vulnerable populations. How do you deal with the security risks of these open systems?
Good. You were good, Leah. So what I can say is email is an open system. Remember, which still has a lot of vulnerabilities, but you might remember just a few years ago, like the amount of spam you were getting in your inbox. This has been solved in a lot of a combination of interesting ways in terms of like pattern analysis, identifying on the back end sources of bad actors in the email space. It's a tough problem, but I think we have some examples which are solvable. We have examples of draw on which have solved the security questions around open systems.
No, it's a difficult question, and address it correctly. It requires responsibility. The only thing that comes to my mind related with the question is the Kenya case, where we are going to record the big animals there, the big five and so on. This opens another issue. No, you publish data about those things because the tourists love to know where they are, and then they are no longer there because the hunters hunt them. So this is another ramification of this, and there are different methods. The most obvious one move a little bit the position. The less obvious one is consider that some components or your information, not all the record, but just, you know, the subspecies is not published just because this has problems, particularly, for instance, in agriculture, where you have different species and different farmers competing together. So these details have another level of privacy in general.
Okay, so one thing on that, use crowdsourcing. HackerOne, bug bounty program. Yeah? So create bug bounty programs and ask the crowd, the security hackers, to find the bug in your system. So Hacker.one is one of the examples. They broker between you, the program constructor, and everyone who is capable of finding a bug. So they broker in between, and there have been very interesting security hacks being awarded. And the top score was by Google. So Google, the bounty from Google was the top score ever on a vulnerability in their system. So that's my pledge, right? Use standards all over, but the more we build systems that are interconnected, the more likelihood is that they are that there is a vulnerability, and you yourself, you cannot find it, just by yourself. So use crowdsourcing, use citizen science, not really, but use crowdsourcing and create a bug bounty program, and then let's see how it goes. Hacker.one.
We got one last question from the online, from Twitter. Roberto Roca from Livestream says, was the idea behind LandSense based on the service-oriented architecture?
What's the idea behind it?
Yeah, or was the idea behind LandSense based on service-oriented architecture?
Was the idea
so why you choose service-oriented architecture, probably?
Yes. Yes.
With that, we'd like to have you thank our panelists. So, introduce Crystal again.
Thank you. I'd like to invite our panelists to please join me in the front. And you can all take a seat up here at the panel table. While they are getting situated, just a few housekeeping notes. As all of you can see, we like to be relatively informal here at these site events at GEO. And so again, our idea is to have an interactive discussion and presentation. Continue to tweet your questions or through the live stream as well as in the room. We will be moving on to our panel presentations. To be followed by our discussions after that. Right. All right, we have one more missing panelist. Oh, there he is. Okay, great. All right, so we had a couple of goals for this site event. One is to inform the GEO community about the depth and the breadth of work that can be done in partnership and using citizen science as a tool. For our public audience and our DC audience and hopefully some of our live stream audience, the idea was to introduce GEO, what it's doing in the citizen science world, and what some of the potentials there are. And so that's kind of why we're touching on a variety of different projects, a variety of different experts, and trying to hit up quite a number of perspectives as we do this. Our panel now will be looking both at the projects that they themselves have participated in, worked on, and directed, but also hopefully giving us some thoughts on the way forward and the next steps. What are the best practices that we need to be looking at? What are the tools? What are the standards? How do we increase the use of citizen science? How do we bring it to the GEO community in a lasting and widespread way? So what are some of the issues that we need to be thinking about? So I will turn to our first panelist. Dr. Ann Browser is the Director of Innovation at the Woodrow Wilson Center for Scholars in Washington, D.C. She explores how processes such as science and technology development
can be meaningfully opened up to support greater public participation, especially through citizen science and crowdsourcing. Today, she will be presenting on her work with organizations like the Open Geospatial Consortium and the US-based Citizen Science Association to understand the wide range of standards that are relevant to citizen science data and to promote interoperability between projects on local, regional, national, and global scales.
Thank you for that introduction. And thank you, everybody, for coming to this session. I'm very excited to see so many people in the room. So, as Crystal mentioned, I'm currently at the Wilson Center, but a lot of the work that I'll be talking about today started when I was in graduate school. And I think my involvement in citizen science probably started in 2010. I was a master's student at the time, and I was working on a project seeking to understand social network analysis software and how it could be used in different ways. And somebody gave me a set of biodiversity data that was being shared between different projects and repositories, and I made this diagram, and through the process, I became aware of the vast quantities of citizen science data that were being shared in these national and global scale data sets. And this was sort of my introduction to citizen science, and it shaped my understanding of citizen science as something that can provide structure and scale. It structures the efforts of individuals who are collecting data to answer a particular research question on a local level, and it allows this information to scale to have impact not just on the initial question of interest, but also potentially in national and global scale research. And I'm going to talk about structure and scale today, first through a case study of a project that I'm leading called the Global Mosquito Alert Consortium, and then also through more general efforts to standardize citizen science. So Global Mosquito Alert is a consortium of mosquito monitoring projects that, through standards, allow local projects to share data on national and global scales. The consortium has what I thought was an ambitious goal of collecting 2 million records on 6 continents by 2022. So this is within 5 years of the consortium's funding. This work really started in 2014 when different citizen science projects around the world started engaging volunteers in mosquito monitoring. In 2015, there was a conference of the European Citizen Science Association in Barcelona, where many of these projects met for the first time. And then in 2016, the European Citizen Science Association chartered a policy working group with the Mosquito Task Force. And in 2017, everybody met again in Geneva at the UN Environment Program office there, and formalized Global Mosquito Alert as an open, common set of protocols, platform, and toolkit that is augmented with modular components created to meet both global and local research and management needs. And most recently, the Wilson Center and partners have started working with NASA Develop to do proof of concept data integrations between different consortium member data, and then also with data from remote sensing. So this sounds like a very straightforward idea, but it's a bit more difficult in practice. So right now we're working primarily with 6 established projects and also a range of pilot initiatives. And different projects have different local data collection needs, but in general we're finding that there are 4 common protocols. Real-time vector monitoring. Do you see a mosquito? How many? Habitat mapping and breeding grounds. Some of the projects that we work with engage children, 13 or under for GLOBE, also high schoolers in documenting mosquitoes. And they don't necessarily want these children to go out and study vectors, so they're collecting information on habitat and breeding grounds as proxy data. Bites and nuisance. Does nuisance happen? And if so, how severe is it? And then also some of the most innovative projects that we're working with are doing DNA analysis, either on specimens that were sent in directly or through environmental DNA. And these projects need to coordinate among different projects working with a single protocol, also between different projects using different protocols, and then with all sorts of different types of data. For example, most notably, public health data on the spread of the actual diseases that these vectors are carrying. So this does sound a bit easy, but there are numerous differences between the projects, and I'll just talk quickly about 3 of the projects that we're working with. Probably one of the oldest and best established projects is called Mosquito Alert, and this is housed in Spain, in Catalonia. They collect information on 2 vectors primarily carrying Zika and yellow fever. They have a mobile application and also a visualization platform for species presence, primarily via photo But then they're also collecting information on breeding site, which is in response to the needs of their volunteers. They've collected 9,301 reports as of a few months ago, and I did the initial slides. But of these, only 3,473 are validated, either because there was a photo voucher available or because the photo voucher was both available and sufficiently clear that scientists could say, yes, this is in fact one of the species that we're interested in. A second partner, Mugen Radar, a project that's currently based in the Netherlands, they collect information on any and all species for forecasting. I think this project is really neat because when they talk about forecasting, they're actually working with some local weather stations, so that there were times last summer when you got your weather report and you also got a report on whether or not there would be mosquitoes in your area. The Netherlands is sufficiently north that mosquitoes aren't necessarily that common, and species distribution is an important research question. So they're having citizen scientists send them in actual specimens of mosquitoes whenever possible, and when not, they'll accept a picture. They've engaged 5,236 people so far. Sending in a specimen is hard. They've collected 3,593 research-grade samples. The final project, Zanzimap, in Italy. They're currently dealing with an outbreak right now, so they're quite busy. Something I wanted to point out here, this graph shows that they've had different spikes in participation over time when this project received coverage from different local news partners. And this isn't necessarily unique in citizen science. It's something that all of the projects that we're working with have reported. But it creates a challenge for integrating data when you have literally exponentially more records, but that really reflects observation effort and not actual species themselves. Collecting information primarily on one species, they involve the general public, and then they're also collecting information on insecticide sprayings because they have private sector partners in the form of different control companies, and they work with these companies to help understand whether or not their products are being useful. So through the NASA Develop project, we integrated data from these three organizations, also with data from MODIS and SRTM. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Early findings, not all data are good. So in all three projects, you found about 50% of the data that was submitted was actually used. This is still vastly, vastly beyond what any scientist working in isolation would be able to achieve. Not all data are open. All of these projects share a subset of their data easily and accessibly, and all of them would actually be willing to share more, but people simply don't know to ask. And then not all of these data are obvious. So this is a documentation question in regards to what it is exactly that you're looking at. And in some cases, this is very fundamental. For example, the Develop team didn't understand what nuisance meant, so they were deleting all of the data on nuisance and just keeping the data on species occurrence that was framed as such. But the bigger picture questions, first of all, it can be integrated. What the Develop team actually did was they reduced a lot of the data to simple species, date, time, and location. And also through this process, is it challenging to integrate citizen science data? Yes. But the Develop people who had worked on multiple projects were also really adamant that there really aren't any challenges here that they don't see while working with scientists conducting research by other means. And this shows some temporal changes in distribution. And they're also looking in the next Develop semester excuse me, about the relationship between species presence and distribution to elevation and weather. I always ask myself, so what do you learn from this about standards and citizen science as a whole? And also looking beyond the mosquito monitoring projects to the other people that I work with at the Wilson Center. And the main takeaway is that standards is a complicated word. When we talk about standards, we're often talking about tools for data collection. In the case of Global Mosquito Alert, there is a canonical app for each of the 4 data collection protocols, and this will be modified for various local contexts. And through this process, we secure interoperable data while also reusing investments in infrastructure. EPA also has been promoting sensors for air and water quality monitoring, and in regulatory environments especially, it's important to understand how these tools align with regulatory standards or regulatory frameworks or not. Standards are also protocols for data collection. We learned from the Develop that these should be common and flexible and maybe a little bit generic if large-scale integration really is your goal. There are standards in terms of methods and processes for work and for collaboration, people think about standardizing processes for engaging their volunteers, such as informed consent forms, privacy policies, also standard methods for data validation. And these should not only be developed, but they should be critically well documented, and they should be presented as repeatable workflows to maximize interoperability. And then all of this sort of combines as standards as transdisciplinary data and metadata formats, including information about citizen science projects and information about citizen science observations. And this brings me to a standard that is currently under development by the Citizen Science Association, who's coordinating it. I shouldn't say they're developing it per se. It's called Public Participation in Scientific Research, or PPSR Core. And we're envisioning this as a common data model with three main schemas. And we understand that this isn't sort of the first time someone has tried to standardize citizen science, and we're working with a number of organizations, which I'll get into a bit later, to make sure that we're duplicating and in many cases contributing to, not duplicating, building upon and contributing to rather than duplicating previous work. So when I talk about a common data model with three main schemas, this is sort of our draft lay of the landscape. So the project data model is a coordinated cluster of citizen science activities and data. That's the definition of a project. And information in this data model describes the context and the purpose for data collection activities. For example, is a project sponsored by a research organization? Is it run out of a federal agency? Is it run in an educational context? Projects may have data sets. Data sets are descriptive and contextual information about a collection of data records that were collected using a common method and a common data schema. And all data sets will have data. And these are the observations or the analysis points that actually constitute the citizen science work itself. What have we done so far? This kind of started in 2010 and 2011 with Data One, which had a public participation in scientific research working group at the time. And they were interested in understanding and documenting the field or the paradigm of citizen science. I would say that this was primarily an intellectual endeavor. And then in 2013 and 2014, 4 different databases of citizen science projects emerged in the United States, and these databases needed to share records. So they really started working on what I call the project schema to be able to do so. In 2015, we saw a tremendous amount of support from the U.S. federal government, which also advanced plans to build a 5th database of federal citizen science and crowdsourcing projects. And this really helped this project gain force, both in terms of making some real progress on the project data model, but also critically starting to work with external partners like the European Citizen Science Association, the Australian Citizen Science Association, and the Open Geospatial Consortium. And through these partnerships, we sort of reconceptualized what we were trying to do, from just sharing information about citizen science projects and sharing projects between databases to the larger goal of creating and documenting parallel processes for knowledge generation and use through citizen science and crowdsourcing. And we're now working with additional organizations, including TADWIG, who are the stewards of the Darwin Core Data Standard, WDS, CODATA Joint Task Group on Citizen Science, and the European Commission Joint Research Center, as well as now GEO and GS. What do we have to do? Pretty much everything. So one of the things that we're realizing is that it's a lot of people who know citizen science and a lot of people who know standards getting together in various rooms and having conversations about citizen science and the role of standards. And what we're not doing is engaging people who are working in different disciplinary communities or between disciplines on the ground to implement projects and to collect information. So we would like to hold a series of roundtables, especially extending beyond biodiversity and environmental monitoring, which have historically driven a lot of these work, to understand what standards mean to communities in astronomy, in agriculture, in energy, and in humanities, and in health, who are really interested in using citizen science. After that, we'd sort of like to iterate on the common data model that I presented earlier and come up with a high-level skeleton, which will really allow us to flesh out the 3 data models in greater depth. A lot of the work on the project data model is already ongoing. I'm pretty comfortable with where this is. The dataset data model gets a little tricky. This will involve a lot of crosswalks between existing data standards and also coming up with new controlled vocabularies. Data quality is something that keeps coming up again and again. And through a lot of my work, I'm learning that projects really do have rigorous validation practices in place. And in some cases, data is even being validated more than once. And the problem is actually of documentation. So if we had a standardized way to document data validation and other processes to ensure data quality, then that would be really great. Also, the concept of fitness for purpose more generally, which has a data quality component but also extends beyond. And then finally, in terms of the observational data model, we'll be doing some more crosswalks between established standards and then also some proof of concept data integrations. For example, the Global Mosquito Alert Develop project was really helpful, but didn't actually combine vector data with public health data, which I think is a really critical next step for us to do. So very interested in understanding how to work with the GEO and the GS communities, and happy to hear what others on the panel have to say.
Great, thank you so much, Anne. I can't even begin to tell you how many notes I took because I think you really hit on a lot of the critical issues that we're here to discuss. So I'm hoping to hear more from you when we get to the discussion section. Our next panelist is Dr. Dixon Butler, who is the president of the Youth Learning as Citizen Environmental Scientist, a grant-making nonprofit organization endeavoring to help improve science education. His extensive experience includes more than 25 years of various government roles, including as director of the NASA GLOBE program and as staff on the House Committee on Appropriations. Dr. Butler?
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure I'm going to say the right things for this session, but let me take a crack at the talk I prepared and see if I can save a little time at the end to say a few other things. Whoops. I consult for NASA on the GLOBE program, which I used to be the chief scientist of. I was briefly the head of it, but the main role I've played is as the chief scientist, and de facto, that's what I might as well be again. We work with a lot of folks. And basically, the tradition in the 22 and a half years of GLOBE has been focused on the K through 12 students and their teachers. That's broadening out to the being open to, shall we say, lifetime learners, which means all forms of citizen scientists. But we're still in the early steps of that. Now, we had a collaboration that was magical, and it started with the NASA's SMAP satellite, soil moisture active and passive. Alas, the active went completely fairly fast, but the passive has continued. The scientists involved said, look, we need ground truth. We need actual observations. And the observations have two purposes. One is ground truth. Another is, with its 35-kilometer pixel size, microwave sensing of surface soil moisture is pretty much obscured by proximity to large water bodies. So if you're within like 35 kilometers of a large water body, such as an ocean or a lake, a big lake, SMAP cannot give you a good surface soil moisture reading. The algorithms won't work. And I don't think there's much of a way physics-wise around that. So the second purpose is actually extending the soil moisture knowledge into these other areas. A piece of good luck happened, and that is that the standard, the gold standard for measuring soil moisture is simply gravimetric soil moisture measurements, where you take a sample, you weigh it wet, you dry it, and you weigh it dry, and you take off the can or whatever. And that's what the citizen scientist does. In this case, I mean, it's, so all of a sudden the citizen scientists are doing the gold standard measurement, and then there's that satellite up there. So, any rate, that worked very well. There's also the Global Precipitation Mission, and even with its predecessor, the TRIM, Tropical Rainfall Measurement Mission, the emphasis has always been that they like rain gauge data, and they were willing to work with GLOBE on that. And also automated weather station data as well. And so these things have come together very nicely, and they've actually been bolted together as we've extended the effort measurement-wise. And there was an El Nino, so it got named the El Nino campaign after it was initially a SMAP campaign, and then it became the El Nino Southern Oscillation campaign, because rather frankly, if you're going to try and answer the question of, gee, does El Nino have an effect in my local community? You're going to have to measure for several years. And so the idea of keeping people engaged as we sort of somewhat move the target. There's a picture of SMAP. And I think I've probably already said enough of that. There's the picture of SMAP, the portrait. And there's the A-Train, including which is the NASA colloquialism for this mostly atmospherically connected set of different satellites, and it includes the Global Precipitation Mission, it includes the EOS AM and PM satellites, mostly the AM. So, what happened? And this is something about engagement. The surface soil moisture measurements, basically 205 sites so far, and 4,511 measurements. As you can see, a few people have really gone crazy and are just continuously, wonderfully contributing data. A lot of people tried it once and haven't come back. So, that's one of the realities here, is we haven't given up, but we certainly would like to, shall we say, move that curve up and have the bulge part move to the right. Now, this is let me see. Oh, this is a map that shows you the different sites in the United States where you see those little dots. Do they show up pretty well on the screen? Not really awfully well. So if you've got good eyesight, I'm sure you're doing fine. And then this is from a school, and this gives you some picture of what can happen in terms of surface soil measurements. And this is pretty impressive. This is certainly not data you could easily go get without a lot of effort as a professional scientist. Same thing for precipitation. And you'll notice the number of measurements is just unbelievable, but partly that's, in this particular case, I think it may have included sites that have reported since 2014, but it may have included all the data they ever reported. I didn't have the time to filter that out. Here's where they're located, at least in the United States. My apologies, but if I blew this up and showed the world, the spots on the screen would literally be invisible. And here's 1 year's worth of rain data from a school in Iowa. And, every storm's there. They've done amazing work. So, some conclusions, and then let me say a few extra things. You can deliver a lot of data through student citizen science and from citizen science in general. You can get a geographic distribution of participation, but it's going to be probably somewhat scattered. In the GLOBE program, there are areas that we've reached out. I mean, Croatia, if I showed you the soil moisture chart for Croatia, it's a dense network of sites. I mean, the Croatians just are amazing in terms of the GLOBE program. They're the #1 data reporting country in the world. The #2 data reporting country in the world is Saudi Arabia. And if you leave out, this is leaving out the U.S. automated weather stations. You throw in the automated weather stations, the United States dominates. But without them, in terms of what the citizen scientists are actually going out and taking the readings, those are the 2 leading countries in the world. And they're not the ones you'd normally think of. Let's see. It gets to the point of hardcore major contributors. But there was a lot of effort here. I mean, if you're going to do this rain measurement in general, these are people who actually went out and installed a rain gauge in the appropriate place where it would collect rain and only collect rain and not have extra water sort of thrown in randomly. The surface soil moisture, that you got to basically go out there, take a sample, weigh it, dry it, weigh it again. It takes several days in the literally least expensive way of drying the soil, which is with like sort of a hobbyist lamp for keeping reptiles warm. It can take 3 days to dry out a reasonable soil sample. So the commitment from the citizen scientists is not casual. And every measurement, well, that's it. It requires considerable effort. I've heard a number of things stated today. First of all, I haven't heard much that GLOBE hasn't had to confront. GLOBE's been around for 22 and a half years. It basically works, when it started, we didn't use the term citizen science, and actually I had to sort of encourage people to begin to use it as it's matured and become much more a commonplace that people understand. But that's what it's been doing. And key elements of it were this sense of we had to have protocols. and the protocols had to be designed to deliver research quality data. What do I mean by research quality? I mean data in earth science. The critical thing there, maybe in general, is that the data are interoperable over time and space. They may not be perfect. They may not be good enough for one research project, but good for another. But they have to have some real veracity and some staying power, or you can't use them for student research, not to mention you can't do them for professional research. Another point I would make, which I see strayed a lot in earth science, in people's thinking. In general, in doing earth science, we do not use the scientific method in the same way as is conventional. We only have one Earth to study, and so that changes everything. And in particular, I even heard it this morning, not all earth science work is appropriate to have a single scientific question. In planning the Earth observing system, we did not do that. We basically looked at what are the means for observing the planet. The problem was sort of, let's get as much of the global understanding and the information, the data that are needed, and lots of problems will surface that need different kinds of data sets. All you have to do is think about the advanced high-resolution radiometer in the NOAA operational satellites of old. It was done for cloud imaging and things like that. Who knew it was going to give you a vegetation index? So generally the approach, and this is true pretty much throughout the GLOBE program, it's not to answer one scientific question. It's to gain a characterization of the global environment or the local environment and have that be available for all the different science questions you can throw at it and use it to answer. And that really is different, and it's taken a long time, I think, for the earth science community to help the rest of the world that can run controlled experiments where they've got a control. We don't have a control Earth. So understanding that we do science but without a control like that has been a real battle, but I think it's been long since won. Data standards. There are lots of them. I wish I was more articulate in defending them or talking about them, but they're something we worry about in GLOBE's data system all the time. GLOBE's data system is, one could argue, maybe a silo in the sense of we do have a data system, an archive. Apropos of one of those earlier questions, the GLOBE data system is now in the cloud. I mean, all of it's in the cloud almost. I think the last little elements of it are moving into the cloud. There will be some non-cloud backup that's pretty deep backup, but basically it's out there. It's not in one cloud site, it's in at least two, and those two are, shall we say, significantly spatially separated to try and make them robust. But the standards are there. It's important that they're there. Everything is made public, except for things like students' names. We now have an app called the Globe Observer app, which runs on your mobile phone. If you would like to take mosquito larvae information and report it, please download the Globe Observer app, because this has become sort of a new feature in GLOBE. I guess when you start dealing in the life sciences, the audience expands greatly, and GLOBE will be, courtesy of the Department of State, U.S. Department of State, working to spread the measurements that were referred to earlier of mosquito larvae, primarily by students, but whatever, through formal and informal education, to at least 15 countries that have lots of Zika risk. How am I doing on time? Okay. I'm trying to go through a checklist in my mind. I may be better off answering questions later. But what I would, let me just say one other thing, and it's sort of not apropos to most of GEO, but it's apropos to the community that's going to be necessary to sustain GEO, and that is, I think citizen science, particularly environmental citizen science, earth science, citizen science, has the potential to reform science education in the world. I think for too long, we've thought we were teaching science when all we were doing was reenacting the past in the laboratory and making people learn a bunch of facts. Facts are important, so is reenacting them in the laboratory and building up skills, but if you want to learn science, you've got to do science. We wouldn't kid ourselves to believe we taught somebody to write if they never wrote a paper or learned how to talk, never gave a speech. For too long, we've been letting people not do science. I think every science class should include the actual doing of a scientific research project. I don't care whether it's individual or a group or the whole class. But one needs to live the scientific method, not just learn about it in a book. And with that, I'll just say thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Butler. I couldn't agree more with your inspiring words at the end. And how do we encourage that the value is not just what the science community gets out of it, but also what citizen scientists themselves receive from engaging in this. And so I think that's an important thing for not just GEO to consider, but as you said, for everyone who is thinking about engaging with these kinds of projects. Our next speaker will be Max Kriglia, who is the lead scientist at the European Commission Joint Research Center. He also represents the European Commission on the GEO Program Board.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. As my name is Max, I work for the European Commission. So for those who are not so familiar with this beast, it is like the civil service in any of your countries. And our main job, or the main job of my colleagues, I should say, is normally to put forward proposals for policy, have them discussed, then the governments in Europe and the European Parliament approve them or not, and then the job of still the civil service is to make sure that they're followed up and implemented. That's the normal job of public administration. I work in a particular directorate, which is the one called Joint Research Center, so our job is to do science, but science that informs the policy. So the main policies in Europe that we inform are agriculture, environment, transport, regional policy, etc. In the past, we have mainly been involved in trying to make sure, particularly in the environmental domain, that information that is collected by governments is made more visible, accessible, so that there is greater accountability, greater transparency, and this has been the main work that we have been engaged for the last 10, 15 years. So develop what in the US is called the National Spatial Data Infrastructure. In Europe is called the Infrastructure for Spatial Information. In Europe, it's a bit larger, but more or less is the same thing. So it's really to try to make this information more available. And once you've done that, and we are still working on that, we started saying, well, yes, I mean, public sector information is very important. We also have information from sensors and program and satellites. But clearly, we also need to look beyond the norm, and we need to look at other sources of information from the public, information from sensors, Internet of Things, mobile phones, et cetera, et cetera. And that's how we started engaging in citizen science. It was really sort of trying to expand that universe. But all the time, our take is that this has to be important to improve the science, but most importantly, that has to inform the policy. And now there was a great question before was, how do you keep people engaged and motivated? Well, you need to give them something in return. People don't do things for nothing for very long, okay? So they need to see that there is some action that follows from their participating in a program. Now, if you want to do that in policy terms, we have a very interesting challenge at the moment because a lot of policymakers get very excited about citizen science, and they want us to do more citizen science. Until you point out that, of course, if you want to keep then the citizens engaged, you have to give them some power. So are you willing to give some of your power up? So there you have a wee problem, because then otherwise it's just tokenism. We're just pretending that they're involved rather than really giving sequence to their action. So this is basically the message that I wanted to give, is this about reconfiguring power if you want to be serious about citizen science in policy or contributing to policy. If we're talking about contributing to write an academic paper, that's another matter. What you see here is a photograph of a real exercise where we involve the public in the Danube area to collect data, and particularly related to species and alien species. We ran over the last couple of years a program where we funded a whole range of mobile apps on environmental issues, largely involving the public and involving open data. So the challenge there was, if you have a good idea on how to use open data and how to use the public, come up, make a proposal, we'll give you some $15,000, 6 months of time, come up with something that works. And we have learned an awful lot about it. A lot of great ideas. Some have gone way, way beyond the prototypes. Others have just stayed as good ideas. But it was a really interesting exercise to see how we can use open data and how we can use the citizen science. And we have also built 3 of our own applications related to invasive alien species, protected areas, and air quality. And I'm going to say something in particular in relation to the invasive species. All the time you will see that my emphasis is about the reuse and the integration of citizen science with official data and therefore interoperability issue. So the one I'm going to focus is on invasive alien species. So we have an app that can collect some data. The data is collected in a database. It goes into a visualized on the web. But more importantly, then it needs to be validated. So data quality, enormously important issues. How do you validate observations of alien species, invasive alien species? Well, you can do it through the crowd. In our case, it's very important that we keep the official organizations involved and engaged in the process so that they participate in the quality control, because in this way, they will accept more easily the contributions that come from the public. If it comes as a parallel thing outside their control, they will just reject it. So you have to keep all the stakeholders involved, including the official bodies and the official scientific community. And then all of that data goes into a database that we maintain at the Joint Research Center, which is the official European database of invasive alien species. So there where you see the integration of the two. So interoperability is an absolutely crucial thing. And this is, my contribution to those who are really technically minded. If you don't understand it, that's great, because I don't understand it either. But basically, what we have done is that we have made sure that we can contribute through many different channels. And I will say something about it in a minute. So the most important things for us, particularly in this case, but also in the others, is not just make sure that we collect the data and that this data feeds into policy and the official data, but that we can integrate data that is collected by others. And that's why the interoperability becomes enormously important. And you can see here that at the moment we are collaborating with 2 other projects, IAS Tracker and Natosfera, because we have done a survey of 29 different projects in this domain, and out of the 29, only about 6 or 7 had actually data that could be used, and only 2 or 3 are data that was open. And so that says something about also the different processes. So what is happening is that what you see there in that light shaded yellow is the data that is collected through the official sources. So these are the agencies in Europe that are collecting around Barcelona the data on invasive alien species. And here in green, you see the data that comes from citizen science. And of course, the very interesting thing is when you combine the two, because then you can see that, for example, the official data is not collecting much data south of Barcelona, but that is a kind of heavily populated area, and there's a lot of people engaged, and that's how the combination of the two really works. What is important is that the information is collected and is validated together, and it works together through the way. That's how you ensure that the contribution of the public is really integrated into the policy process. So how do we share the data? Well, and how do we contribute to GEOS? In essence, all the data that we collect is open source. All our apps are open source. The data is open source. And it goes into a catalog of the European Commission on data. And this catalog is harvested by a bigger catalog of public open data in Europe, which in turn is harvested by GEOS. So in essence, we have created a filière of catalogs that are all interconnected. So as long as you put something into one catalog and that feeds the others, then you're in good shape. So you don't need to sort of send the same information multiple times around the world. And here is an example where through GEOS you can find both the data that comes from our mobile app and the data from the official sources. So you can find both. And that's why it's important that these two always work together. So as I come to the conclusions, we know that there is a lot of interest in citizen science, which is a good thing. We are very grateful that also our policymakers, in a way, they're feeling the pinch that, they realize that they're increasingly getting disconnected from the public, and therefore they think that citizen science is really good to motivate. But at the same time, in a way, it's not just a question of educating the public in doing science, it's also a question of educating the policymakers in really giving up some of their power and reconfigure the process through which the public can meaningfully participate through all the stages of policy and not just at the end as a kind of token exercise. We must also make sure that, therefore, we don't squander the opportunity by raising high expectations that then we cannot meet. And that happens both for the public, raising expectations that wonderful things will happen if they send all these photographs of the rubbish in their street and then nothing happens. But at the same time, we don't raise high expectation of the policymakers that everything will be wonderful and you don't have to do anything. Don't worry about it, and they'll love you to bits. So that's, in a way, part of a challenge. And of course, interoperability is very important to make sure that there is reusability of all this excitement about citizen science. I've used this kind of metaphor of the fireworks because we see hundreds of citizen science projects. Really great excitement. And though like big fireworks, they just die. The data disappears. Often communities get disillusioned because, you know, some bright people have come, they've done their PhD, published their papers, and buggered off. And basically that nothing happens. Therefore, it's very important that instead you build a framework where things are sustained, data is maintained, is well documented, and if in 3 years' time you want to do a similar project in the same area, you can go back to the data that was collected 3 or 4 years ago to look at what has changed. So that's enormously important. It's not just the now, it is understanding the process. And that's why also we need to make sure that that data is well managed. And with that, I'll finish. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you for raising these important themes of authoritative data and citizen science and many of the considerations that are important in those particular kinds of projects. Our next speaker is Dr. Stefan Fritz, is the leader of the Earth Observation Systems Group. He joined this group in 2007, and since then he has become the initiator and driving force behind the GeoWiki.org and the GeoWiki Mobile, a global land cover validation tool based on Web 2.0 that aims to investigate and reduce the uncertainties in global land cover data using crowdsourcing. He is the principal investigator of the European Research Council funded consolidator grant research project Crowdland that assesses the potential of using crowdsourcing to improve data on land cover, land use, and change. He is also one of the leads of the Geo Citizen Science Work Program. So welcome.
Thank you very much for this very nice introduction. Reading the bio. I would like to congratulate you all that you're still here. It's a marathon we're doing here without any break, and you're still sitting here, and I can see you're still interested. That's amazing. And you're even still interested here listening to me, and I have to talk after Max Galia. He has already said all, so I don't know anymore what to say. In particular, the point he made on giving up power of the authorities. I think this is a really important one. And I just want to tell you, I had exactly that experience in this LandSense program, which I'm also coordinating, where we had one planned demo case in so-called Klosterneuburg, that's just outside Vienna, very conservative. It was about a tree cadastre, where we try to involve citizens in monitoring the tree health and the phenology. And they said, very interested, we get a free app. Come here, you can do it. We had the first meeting, they said, yeah, it's fine. They have an extremely good, very well documented tree cadastre there, with age, with species, really interesting information also for school kids to learn about trees. And they said, you can do everything, you can build the app, but don't tell the people, don't let them complain about when a tree is becoming dead or when we are supposed to cut the tree. This you're not allowed because it gives us too much work and we cannot handle it. And this is exactly against the initial idea of empowerment of the citizen, that they don't just learn about the tree, but they also want to be involved and have some action happening according to, when a tree is dead and when something really needs to happen. So that's a clear example of, giving up power, and it's not an easy process. And I think there's still a lot of work which needs to be done. And I think also if in the call text, you know, it's written citizen empowerment, if Europe is really serious about that, this actually means a lot. And it's not so easy to give up power. I couldn't emphasize this more. But coming back to Lancens and we observe what I was originally, I think, asked to talk about by Juan, and that's something I want to mention here, but then I was at the same time asked by Crystal, and thanks anyway to both of you for organizing this really important session. I should also talk about experience of citizen science and crowdsourcing projects. So I will try to mix the two, and I will try to be a little bit fast that you're getting your well-deserved break as well. Maybe we can have a very short one anyway. But anyway, as you can see, a lot of this work is not done by myself. It's a big group of people, and Ian McCallum is also there, sitting there in the end, and you can also ask him some questions if you have them after the talk. A lot is around what we are doing, the GeoWiki platform, which we have been developing since 2009, and it is really initially about land cover information, displaying it, but we've in the meantime run a lot of campaigns. And just to give you a little bit of flavor, there was this claim that half of the world's biofuels could be satisfied using marginal land globally. We got the data set and we couldn't believe it that there was so much marginal land available that you could satisfy half of the world's transport fuels with biofuels, which could grow on this marginal land. And we found in many cases that this land was not marginal, it was not available. Probably food crops are grown there or feed is grown there. It's clearly seen, and we run this crowdsourcing campaign. And we downgraded these initial estimates of these large, massive marginal land reserves quite drastically in one of the scenarios, which shows that there is a really strong contribution citizens can make. What we used as incentive here was co-authorship of a paper as one example that creates a really interesting incentive, especially for students to participate in data collection. And this was all done on Google Earth Imagery. We also did some gamification. One was called Cropland Capture. It was very simple. It was just about deciding if you can see cropland, yes or no, and we built a database of cropland existence and non-existence globally. Another thing we did actually with this was very much related to humanitarian OpenStreetMaps activity. So hello, Mikel, nice to meet you again. And this was about damage assessment in Haiti. We run actually an exercise which was partly funded also by ESA, where we tested if we could see damage with a before and after image. We work with Cristiano there in this, and it was really very successful. Also, the humanitarian OpenStreetMap community helped there. It was just the question, do you see damage of a building in this before and after image? So you just imagine a before and after image and you see the difference. Yes, no, yes, no. And we learned that if you have like 6 independent people looking at it, you can say with a very high confidence that there is really damage at this location. It's extremely interesting, and there's a lot of potential to build up on this picture pile which we've been developing. Another thing we've been doing is trying to bring Earth observation also to the ground, specifically on land cover land use change. We are mimicking the LUCAS, the land use area frame sample, which is carried out every 3 years in Europe with 202,000 points distributed all over Europe, in Austria being 5,000, and yeah, or to also 8,000, depends, changing a bit sometimes. But anyway, the idea is to really understand also quality. How good can citizens provide reliable land use land cover information? And if we know the quality is high, and if we learn what type of land cover citizens are particularly good at observing, such as soil sealing, for example, such as build-up areas, such as roads, then we know what there could be some potential. If we don't know that, you know, we're always left in the dark. we're running actually a campaign at the moment in Austria called PhotoQuest Go, and we have collected 600 points, and they are very widely distributed, and it will be in the television next week, so we are expecting a big peak also in the contributions. And another thing you've been asking was, how do we maintain the contributions? How do we keep the retention rates? I think this is really important for lots of projects. But for some things, we don't always, and we should be aware of that, need continuous engagement. I think it's great and I think it's good, but we should not always have our expectation too high that each project has to be continuously maintained. Sometimes it's good enough to do it in a one-off, and sometimes it's really important to have continuation. Here there are some examples of these land use area frame photographs we are getting. They are actually, in many cases, very similar, and we now introduced a very interesting feedback system. So basically, when the person uploads a photo, we can check it in a viewer if the quality is good. And here we use a very small incentive, which is €1, 1 point. It's just symbolic, because it takes you really long to go there. They go there with a bike, they go there on a tour, they have fun, they go out to the fresh air. It's like playing Pokemon Go. But we also want, demonstrate symbolically there's something there. So once you're there, you lock your €1. Once we have seen that the quality is good enough, we say, now you have your €1. Many times we say, thanks for the contribution, you've done a great job, however, you can still a little bit improve. And what is happening? The people are learning. And I think learning in citizen science and giving people feedback as quickly as possible, near real time, is critical to get good quality. And this is what we learned actually in this project. So now coming to LensSense. I have one slide earlier than the other one, but anyway. LensSense is really about this citizen observatory. It's one of the 4 funded observatories. Deborah is also, as she has said, leading together with Drew one on GROW. This is LensSense. This is about land use and land cover monitoring in so-called 7 different pilots and 3 thematic areas. And our overall goal there is really to improve remotely sensed information. It has already been said, where could citizens make a big contribution to geo? And this is partly, of course, on the calibration and validation side. And also what we're trying to do is really bring Earth observation closer to the citizen, especially the now freely available Sentinel data, 10-meter data, where you can actually do very interesting change detection. And of course, lowering the costs, that's always a big issue, and try to create business opportunities. 17 partners, 9 countries. There is this Lensa engagement platform, which Andreas has already talked about in great detail, so I don't have to go into detail there. But here also the idea is to create something sustainable with having this federation, having this single sign-on, which I think is a really big important component of it, where your barriers to register are really low by giving you different ways of registering. I think this is critical here. But we're also trying to engage with the so-called stakeholders, building this ecosystem around citizens, policymakers, NGOs. So we have them all represented. We're also working, for example, in Spain actually with BirdLife. So there is some nice connection to what is happening with respect to JRC's activities. And the idea would be then to have this engagement platform where, for example, an NGO like BirdLife could run independently a campaign on, for example, monitoring habitats of birds along the coast. And they could run their own campaign. They can set up their own sample of points, and we would then, in this engagement platform, provide all the necessary tools needed to do that campaign. A lot in LensSense is built around these so-called services, where we're also engaging companies, And the idea would be that these services can be continued beyond the lifetime of the project. One important one is this change detector. So with Sentinel data, as I have mentioned, you can now really do very interesting change detection, and the idea would be to deliver, and we have done some initial tests, hotspot alerts where land cover, land use is changing. For example, BirdLife and Friends of the Earth, the NGOs are really interested in that service, as well as, for example, IGN France. They are trying to update their authoritative data, their national maps for France, also now using citizen science, and they are also now starting to use OSM tools actually to also potentially engage the OSM community. I want to say a little bit more now, so before I come to the GROW, about these demo cases, just to make them complete. So another demo case we have beside the one mentioned, which is in Spain on habitat monitoring, and also we have something in Indonesia specifically on forest habitat monitoring. We have one around urban dynamics and green space monitoring. So green space monitoring in Vienna. Vienna welcomes us very much, in contrary to Klosterneuburg, where we gave up. We gave an email. We got an email from them saying, "You cannot do this tree thing. We feel threatened because the citizens become too much empowered." So we gave up on that. We continued in Vienna, where we're very welcome. We are doing green space monitoring there. I think it's really important also with respect to the smart cities concept. There is the claim that each individual in Vienna should have within 250 meters reach to green space, and there is a very challenging and ambitious project now on regreening some areas in Vienna to make this happen, and we are providing some of the tools for that project. And here we are combining Earth observation, you know, the green space, for example, NDVI in cities, how is it changing, but also the emotions of people they have to this green space. What do they like about the green space? Do they prefer trees or do they prefer grass? And so on. GROW. So that is a very interesting project which engages growers, and it has already been mentioned all around Europe, really having the growers at the center, the soil, the growers, and the scientific part of that is to have low-cost soil moisture sensors distributed to these very enthusiastic growers, stimulating also this existing ecosystem and network, and then engaging them in this low-cost soil moisture measurements, using that then as validation and calibration data, again, for Sentinel-1 data. There's working together with the Technical University of Vienna, in short, but ask Deborah for more details. This project has also already been mentioned. This is basically now giving us some money to finally work together. As we have seen in previous funded observatories, there hasn't been much interactions between these observatories, and now we have the chance to work in all these mentioned observatories really together, and to also make sure that there is some data consistency, that there is some data cataloging happening where Joan Masso is responsible for, and that we can really mainstream citizen science more in Europe. So a lot has happened in the US. The US citizen science is much more formally established. In Europe, there's still quite a lot of work to do. So we want to contribute to that process, to mainstream really citizen science as such. And I think I don't want to go too much into detail here, but it's really about building this citizen science ecosystem, raising awareness, creating accessibility, acceptability, but also the sustainability element of citizen observatories. Now I come just in the last 2 slides, and then I'm finished, to the lessons learned from the existing activities we've been running together with lots of partners, specifically touching upon quality. I think the really critical thing is that if citizens' science data can be trusted and has sufficient quality, then it has the potential to be used much more formally as an official kind of data stream within all sorts of data streams, other like authoritative data streams. So what is really important there is that the clarity of the task is very clear. The citizen knows what he is supposed or what he can collect. The more difficult the task, of course, the less quality you will get. Then there is this element of near real-time learning, which I have already mentioned. I think that is critical. The more real-time it can get, the better. Feedback on communication with the citizen is absolutely essential and important. What is also many times very useful is to have independent multiple observations of the same kind of object and point. And this also has been mentioned, so I can just summarize. The fitness for purpose is really important. So some of the citizen science data might be sufficient for one specific question, whereas for something else it's simply not good enough. So quality is key, and there we really need to make an effort also understanding and documenting the uncertainties around it. Co-design, as we know, and we've many times heard today already, is important. Then we should also be open about what citizen science can do and what it cannot do. It needs to have a certain element of fun, and of course, repeating also what Max said, citizens want something back. Clearly, if you don't give them something back, it's doomed to fail, your citizen science project. And also, I think it's important, and this we've already heard many times, the standardization, the harmonization element, to think about that from the beginning once you start the project is essential. And try to make, of course, as much as you can, respecting privacy issues, make your data free and open. So in summary, there is the massive potential of citizen observatories and citizen science. It needs to be attractive. The incentives need to be clear. And if we can mainstream citizen science, we can have many, many benefits. Thank you.
Great. Well, first of all, I want to extend a big thank you to all of our speakers who I think between the four of them have really hit on many, many, many of the key themes and considerations for citizen science and for GEO to be considering. We're going to turn now to the question and answer session portion of our section. I also just wanted to make a comment. We aren't locking anyone in the room. There is coffee and other things available. Please feel free to duck in and out as need be. We are relatively informal here, as I've said before. And the idea is just to continue with our questions and our discussion until we're finished. So I'm actually going to start off with a question that came in during the last session, but I felt like several of the speakers touched on this, and it seemed like a good place to start. So from Twitter, we had a question that said how to handle data quality issues on citizen observatories. And obviously, several of our speakers touched on this issue and gave some thoughts, but I'd like to maybe give them the opportunity, maybe starting with Anne, to give us a bit more in-depth thinking on where we are. I think this is a very common question, particularly when dealing with those who haven't interacted with citizen science as much, and so it would be a good place to start. And you can just speak into the mics on the front table.
How to handle data quality in citizen science. So as I stated in my talk, I don't think it's a question of improving practices. I think the practices are already being done, and there are actually a number of research papers that you can find by searching for data quality in citizen science that talk about mechanisms for validating citizen science data or common practices. Andrea Wiggins led one, Amy Freitag led another. I think what we need is standardized documentation of data quality practices. So thinking about what this looks like, it could start by having organizations like the Citizen Science Associations encouraging all different types of citizen science projects to add a web page where they talk about what they do in terms of data quality, beginning from training participants, some targeted recruitment in some cases, it's through processing the data itself, assessing it, and then also documenting it, uploading it to different repositories, different catalogs, and then from that, kind of trying to standardize it, working, I guess, with data catalogs themselves as well as different databases of citizen science projects, and again, umbrella organizations and others to come up with sort of, I would love to see like a Creative Commons license deal for talking about data quality, so you could almost put a different badge on your project page saying we do validation in this particular way that was recognizable by a lot of different stakeholders in different communities. That would be my end goal.
Any of the other panelists want to make a comment?
Well, I would have to, I mean, Globe's got, Lord, over 56 protocols for measurements. And the thing I'm always struck by is the nature of the data is not consistent. I mean, when you go to measure, you know, the basic meteorological variables, the character of the data is different than when you're taking soil samples, or when you're doing land cover, or when you're doing water quality. And so, to some extent, you have to, you know, fit the quality assurance to the specifics of what you do. Now, it's good to have generic standards, but you also have to look very much. The other simple fact is, for a number of things, I think ultimately what we're counting on, besides training, is the crowd part of the crowdsourcing. If you have enough data of variables that are interrelated, enough monitors of the water quality going down the same river or through the same watershed, enough monitors of an airshed, you begin to be able to improve the quality of the whole, simply because you can look for consistency, outliers stand out, you can examine them. You don't generally, with the quantities of data we're trying to get, have the human ability, have the money and time to send somebody checking on every single one.
I'd just like to make the point that I don't think that there is anything different for projects involving the public than there are for any good project. And in fact, it's often used as an excuse that the data is, oh, it must be poor quality because what do they know? But it's just enough to see how many scientific papers have been retracted because they were fakes, or the findings were dodgy because the sponsor wanted the finding to come out in a different way. So there is a generic issue of good quality of work, and citizen projects involving the citizens are no different.
Right, I'd like to turn it over to the audience.
Yeah, and listening to both the lightning talks and the extraordinary presentations that you brought to bear, I'm wondering if we're at a point where finding another category in addition to citizen science is going to be useful, because I reacted to a number of your talks with the idea that there were people out there who might contribute once and never again to a database, maybe dilettantes. There are others who were really dedicated sort of hobbyists. But there's also this group that may have despaired of finding employment in the traditional scientific community, but spends all the spare time outside of whatever their job is doing science. Those people are scientists, and I wonder if there is a way to either incorporate or develop this notion of a bivocational scientist. Someone who understands that not every university has a research grant that will bring them on board. Not every agency has an extra position for that one extra smart person that wants to do science. Do we really have the possibility that there are bivocational scientists out there that are using all the same techniques that any scientist would use? They're just paying their bills by, I don't know, selling stocks or doing something where they were able to use their capacity for math in a different field because there happened to be a market for it.
Any takers?
Stump the panel.
You go ahead.
That's a challenging one. No, I fully agree. I mean, if this could be established, I think this would be great. I just want to make a little bit another point, which is along those lines. So what we have been also doing with respect to making sure that there is enough quality is we've been continuously kind of also checking. So we try to, also this is I think a very important element of gamification. So once you start to gamify, you have to link your reward system to the quality. So the better the quality, for example, the more points you get. And then you get trained to provide quality. But what we've been doing along the lines of giving some acknowledgement to the citizen scientists, so we started with a so-called certificate. So in this GeoWiki, when you contribute now to some of these campaigns and you have reached sufficient quality, you get a certificate. Okay, this might not at this point mean that much, and it's not yet a degree, but it's the start. It's the start to recognize that you have contributed to something really important, and this is showing in this certificate that this is acknowledged to some degree. So I think it's an extremely good idea to try to move into that direction, to have this kind of citizen scientists and to maybe formalize this more.
Can I just make an additional comment? I think that the citizen science is a broad label under which you find lots of different activities, and in a way it is convenient that we lump everything under this category because it just gives it strength. But we shouldn't think that there is only one thing. As Leah, when she started introducing, said, well, you go from crowdsourcing, where it's also still active. You also go to other forms of sort of analysis of data provided by the public, even in passive ways. So when you do analysis of social media, et cetera, to more deliberate forms of participation in scientific projects that again go from just collecting the data to co-designing, analyzing. There are various levels of participation. And so it's a very broad category. And I think that, we should recognize those differences. So the point that you're making is valid. But again, within that differences, you will find that there are scientists who are engaged in doing these projects. There are volunteers. And in the past, before the professionalization of science, science has been developed by amateurs. Everybody was an amateur, from the priests who were doing observations to the mariners who were out at sea, et cetera, et cetera. They were not professional scientists. And it's just that after the Second World War, we have gone through this process that, you need to be certified and a professional scientist, and you're in and you're out. But before that, it wasn't like that. So I think that all of these need, in a way, to be considered when, we start trying to say, well, really, you are a scientist, admit it. You're not really the public, So there is that sort of kind of, again, sort of us, we are the expert, we know, then, they don't, but, you're a good guy, I know. Sort of there's that kind of element there.
This seems to me like the moment to make a point I should have made earlier, and that is the wonderful thing about the students is their motivation is the idea that they are contributing to the adult world. That even though they're a little kid, they're making a meaningful contribution of information about the environment. And that seems to be, they are not motivated by the idea that, I'm going to get a better science education. But they're very much motivated about the idea of making a contribution. And we do in Globe have an honor roll, and we're trying to think even more intensively about how particularly to acknowledge the teacher and how the teachers have done well. And but this step, I love it. And actually a friend had me come to lunch and talk to him about all of this, and what he came back with was, we need something that you can then put on your resume, where your participation is then made a part of your resume, and that can help you in the job search or whatever.
Just a quick reminder to the panelists to please speak into the mic as much as you can so that our participants on live stream can fully understand and hear what you're saying. I'm going to move on to a question from the audience.
This is specifically for Stefan. I was really curious. I work with the Globe Observer project that Dixon mentioned, the app that involves, among other things, taking pictures right now of clouds and sky, but we are doing a land cover part of that coming soon. I was just really intrigued by how you do the real-time feedback with your land cover photographs to give that meaningful real-time feedback. Just a little bit more detail about how you do that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So the way this works is we have an app, and there is a point where, if you go to that point, you are asked a number of questions, including 4 photographs and the land cover you are documenting. That's following this kind of Lucas protocol. Once you upload, so in most cases, and in Austria, if you are kind of online, the data, once you have taken the picture and you have documented the land cover, gets immediately on our server. So we see it in an interface. So we know this person X may actually anonymize the people, that we are not kind of influenced by their name or whatever. We can then say this person has at this location. So the location comes, we see it on a map, we see a new point coming in, we see where the original Lucas point was taken, so the authoritative data. We see the pictures, and we can compare the authoritative pictures with the new pictures coming in. We can do several kind of quality checks, one being if the picture corresponds to the land cover. So if the person takes a picture of a tree and he says, this is urban, something is wrong. We can say that he did probably not understand part of the questionnaire. So we can already do a quality check along that, but we can also check the location. And many times we get very good information thematically, but people are at the wrong location, but we see it because we can not just use the GPS signal, because that is not that precise, but we can exactly see where the person, because we have the orthophoto, we can see does that picture match the orthophoto. And many times you have enough orientation and enough kind of features around you that you know that this is exactly the right place, and it corresponds to the official surveyor where we also have the picture. So that's the good thing. We can really do this quality check and then tell, yes, you've done it exactly as the official surveyor grades 100 points or €1, whatever.
But so you have that thing to compare to then?
Yes, exactly.
And he's also got 100 people that do the real-time check, so for every single point.
Actually, that's a very good point, because somebody did that and she was really stressed. So one person is enough, but there's my turn, so we are changing turns. And next week is going to be my turn, and I'm already afraid because it will be on television next week. So probably I will be doing nothing else than checking. So yes, there of course there is a limited capacity on what you can check, but until now we managed to check at each point of the 500 contributions. So, and the good thing is that if the person, sees it was not correct, he has a real motivation. Ideally, he's still close to the point. So while he's still at the point, you can tell him, go a little bit closer, and you get it. That's the idea.
There was some security question earlier. And when you have children in your program, security becomes a very different thing. And so every one of the pictures that comes into Globe through its app on the phone that is from somebody who's anonymous gets checked to make sure that we're not, for instance, getting a naughty picture in there.
Mm-hmm. All right, on that wonderful note to end on, our next question.
Hi, Vangelos Gerasopoulos from the National Observatory of Athens. I happen to coordinate one of the new projects of the European Commission on smart cities under the Air Planet framework, which focuses on air quality, disasters, and urban growth. So I was very much interested in seeing what We Observe is trying to do by bringing together some of these citizen observatories existing out there, and also some of the work that the GRC that Max has mentioned. And my question is there any frame foreseen within We Observe that upon which we can build? Because for us, citizen science is a small component of trying to exploit, the whole Earth observation ecosystem, or any other ways and best practices that we can build upon in order not to start from scratch?
Yeah, I mean, one very important initial part we are doing we observe is these best practices. So that's, the first thing we are delivering. But there is another important component, which is this face-to-face meeting. A lot of we observe is about engaging the community, about building the ecosystem. This would include inviting you to one of these events we're organizing. So the idea is to be really open and inclusive, and to invite everybody who is interested in bringing something into this observatory. So I'm very happy to invite you to one of these events, which is planned. The project is only starting in December, so it has not yet started. And it will run, yeah.
Next question.
Yes, thank you for the wonderful presentations. My question is in continuation of something we started discussing. What is the profile of a citizen scientist? And if there are surveys that will help tell you, this is a nuclear physicist by day, but in the evening he watches birds, or a neurosurgeon and then he's looking at soil moisture, or this is a taxi driver or farmer or something like that. Because first, it would be then possible to have some additional assessment of what kind of quality and what kind of serendipity you can get out of it. And second, now that you can target, using social networks, you can target or engage different groups of people very precisely. Would that be used in citizen science to engage very specific groups in observations?
I think that's an interesting question. I think that, again, you have to look at the variety of projects that go under these categories. Because at one level, you have typically projects that address scientific questions, whether they are from astrophysics to land cover or land use. But you also have projects that, for example, are very much community-led. You suspect that there is some pollution in the water around you or in the air around you, and therefore you involve the community to do some measurements. And in some cases, the community that tries to recruit scientists to then provide some mechanism to check that. So again, you have a spectrum of different type of projects, and therefore you will have a spectrum of different people who want to participate for many different reasons, because they care about their community, they care about their environment, or they are scientifically curious driven, etc., or they're students, whatever. So you have a whole range of motivations. And it was interesting that you were saying, well, through social media we can target them, which is a good way of thinking about it. But at the same time, this is also a voluntary process. They need to want to be engaged. And what is important, as I said, that they also feel that they have ownership of the process, of the product, and that they see that there is something that is coming back from their engagement. So all of these things have to come into being, and it's not just what their curriculum vitae is and whether they are the appropriate potential member of that group. There may also be something like that you want to target particular things. We have seen the fact that some of the most successful projects, when you're looking about sustainability, are those who build on existing networks of groups that exist, like fishermen, or people who are beekeepers, or so there are a network of communities that pre-exist, if you want this process, and then that you enable in a way to participate into a project that is related to them. So there's all these combinations that needs to be put into consideration. Does that make sense, Sam?
That does make sense. I absolutely agree with that. I looked at this, looking at this from a research perspective in terms of what motivates citizen science volunteers and who are citizen science volunteers. In terms of the who are citizen science volunteers, it does vary from project to project. A couple early studies showed that for Galaxy Zoo, for example, which is a crowdsourcing astronomy project, volunteers are white men in their late 20s to early 40s predominantly. in environmental monitoring projects that are conducting research during the same time. They are older white women. Usually they're retired, usually they're very educated. And this varies from project to project, which makes Max's point about working with the communities that your project is targeting really, really important. In general, I see two models of successful engagement between projects and volunteers. One is when projects and research questions are co-designed in real partnerships between local communities and scientists or other leaders who jointly decide what is important to study and how to study it. And the other case is when there is an existing network or hobbyist group, and citizen science is sort of something that they can do because it aligns with their other activities. So eBird is an example of a citizen science project that has engaged millions and millions of birders around the world. I think it's what we have in terms of big citizen science data. And they've done that because they gave birders tools through their digital species checklists to make birding more fun, more enjoyable, and easier.
All right, I'm going to turn to a question from online at this point. The question is, any plans to archive citizen observatories and make them available in one place for easy access and interdisciplinary activities? And I think this speaks to, again, a common question that we often receive in these forums and touches on what many of you have pointed out, which is sustainability. So feel free to expand on this question into diving a little deeper into what are the next steps for continuing to make these projects sustainable and ongoing.
So from a globe perspective, with 22 and a half years of citizen science data from these primarily schools, it's all there. It's all online. It's all openly available. And here I'll go a little off what I think the program and NASA maybe are ready for, but there are over 1,700 water quality monitoring volunteer groups in the United States. Their data needs to aggregate to really be as powerful as it might be. And a system like Globe, I don't have the right to offer it up, but it seems to me, given that there's a lot of standardization in what you do because there's a limited number of ways, either sensors or sample kits, to make water quality measurements. So if you're following the manufacturer's instructions, in effect, you have the same protocol. And it would be nice to open it up, since one has a data set already doing that, a data system already doing it, and begin to look at, well, you've done something for a limited period of time or in a limited way. How can you take advantage of some more larger scale process to put your data in and know that it'll be kept, and kept indefinitely, and kept, in this case, by a U.S. government-sponsored archive?
This is Leah. I'm just going to do a quick comment onto Dixon's. In terms of the water monitoring, there's the USA Volunteer Water Monitoring Network, which is working to coordinate all those 1,700 groups. But in addition, COASI, which is the Consortium of Hydrologists in the U.S., is now exploring, they already provide other hydrology data, exploring the possibility of integrating citizen science data into their repositories.
From my side, I think that there is now an increasing, I think that there is a difference between projects that have a long history and have started with protocols that have developed over time and can provide that framework, to the galaxy of very recent citizen science projects, which are more this, like fireworks, where I think that now we are coming to realize that they need to be, from the beginning, organized well in terms of data management, in terms of describing the process, describing the project, documenting it, documenting the data, and then archiving the data when they've finished the project. And you also need to have a mechanism to cite that data. So what we are doing at the moment, certainly in the data that we store ourselves, is to also include this data cite dimension, because that is an incentive for all those who have contributed to building the data set to have recognition of that work. And we have found that often the scientists are the worst offenders when it comes to open data, because it's my data, right? And they don't want to release it until they have completely exhausted. Whereas if they have, some degree of recognition for the work that is done, and publishing data is as good as publishing a paper, then that creates a good mechanism. But so therefore you need to have citation of the data. So all of this is good data management practice, which I think that gradually now we are start seeing coming into being also in this myriad of new projects, which will make them reusable and more sort of sustainable over time. I think that it's unfortunate that over the last few years, these have not been there, and we have seen many cases of great excitement about all these projects, and then they've gone. The URL has moved, the data has disappeared, and et cetera, et cetera. So, I think it's a process of change now.
I can't resist jumping in and saying the lessons you just described that need to be learned in the world of space science at NASA, those exact lessons had to be learned. I mean, people used to go out, do their experiment, not invest in the data system, probably not even analyze because they were into building the next instrument. And we had to go from there to the sense of a community value, which, rather bluntly, the earth science community has gotten to with things like the IPCC, where everybody understands that I don't get to sit on my data. I want it out there because that's really my contribution.
I just want to make one more point to what the question was originally. So can this data be found in one place? And I think there we are not quite yet there. And I think the ideal scenario for GEO would be that all this citizen science data gets registered. So there's a catalog, the catalog gets registered. You then search for it and then you find it, but finding is not good enough. What you really want is visualize it. You want to see it in one place all together. The water data, the forest data, the bird data, the butterfly data, whatever, has been collected in one place. And then it, I think, becomes extremely interesting also to do further analysis, to really combine the data and blend the data and create new products out of citizen science. And I think this could be a vision for us to where we could get try to get into the future.
Yeah, I was going to say the exact same thing. You just beat me to it. I think the Europeans actually do this better than we do in the U.S. But, we have 4 databases of citizen science projects here. None of them collect information on where the citizen science data is. And we have no catalog of citizen science data. I think that's something that's really sorely needed.
All right, going back to the audience.
I was just going to say that there is actually an example in Scotland of the National Biodiversity Network Scotland Atlas, which is based on a similar project in Australia. I've just tweeted the link, so if you look at that, then you'll see the sort of thing I'm talking about. I wanted to come back to Max's point, though, about tokenism, which I thought was really interesting. Is there a way that we can support policymakers so that they don't take that leap, if you like, or they don't fall into tokenism of using citizen science and then trying to get citizens involved in policy making when they're not really involved? How can we support them not to do that?
I think that this is a generic issue of public participation rather than just citizen science. There is a broader question. And I think that it's very much up to us as a community and us as citizens to basically keep an eye for this more tactical or populist approach to how good public participation or citizen science or et cetera, you find this all the time in every walk. Sort of politicians love to hug little children and sort of be taking photographs and doing good things, but it's all a facade, by and large. And the risk is also that, in a way, talking about citizen science and citizen participation, it is a tactical, and so you have to keep them to account. I see in our own practice that we get a lot of increasing interest from our senior management about citizen science. And, in a way, we have to balance attention because they want to have citizen science now. This next year is the year of cultural heritage. We need to have an app. Right. What for? And you need to start asking the hard questions and say, well, what is it that you expect out of it, and why do you think that people will want to participate, and how does that feed into all these other mechanisms? So you need to start asking these questions until either they fire you, which can happen, yeah. So they get very sort of fed up. Well, you're obviously somebody who doesn't want to do what you've been told. And so there's a balance there, but it's a form of education. You have to educate your management, and you have to educate, the hierarchy. But that is what we all have to do in our own different walks of life, yeah. So I don't think that there is a one answer, but I think it's a generic answer about how you address these kind of issues.
All right, we'll take one or two more questions from the audience, and then we're going to move on to our discussion section.
I would like to ask you a different question from what have been heard today. I'm curious to know what is the panelist opinion or idea about the connection between the citizen science and the crowd's wisdom, which is, I think, very important, because citizen science is not only observation, but sometimes also opinion.
Does anyone want to make a comment?
Well put.
I guess I would add to that something that we didn't actually touch on today, but this is, and I was going to touch on it in my closing remarks, but I think it's actually relevant to the question that we just had, which is the point of maturation and the interest in this topic is not surprising given the group that we're sitting in today. But I was quite surprised when I turned on my television the other day and saw a proposed TV show that's about to start or has just started, all about crowdsourcing crime stopping. And having not seen any of it and having no idea where that's going to go, I think that very much speaks to what maybe perhaps you were trying to get at, which is what are the next steps in this, and what are the limitations? We've focused very much on the science because that's where we're coming at it from at this event. But there is absolutely a potential life of its own that this idea could take on. I think I saw one more question in the back.
And I can't resist saying we've had a 4-part public television program developed over the last couple of years called The Crowd in the Cloud. And it's, I believe, available online.
Can I say something about that?
Yeah.
Let me add the geographical point of view. Local people know local things better. And this is actually the knowledge we are looking for in some of these citizen science projects. We are capturing local knowledge. There is no other way.
One more question.
Thank you. I am Mustafa Iptes, Director of International Hydrographic Organization, IHO. I would like to provide some short information regarding maritime citizens of crowdsourced activities. In that respect, as IHO, International Hydrographic Organization, we have established a crowdsourced bathymetric working group in order to provide guidelines for those who wish to provide bathymetric data around the world in simple way. And what is needed is only a GPS and the sounding system, and also small logging, which might be possible to upload the available data by using internet to IHO data center for digital bathymetry. So crowdsourcing activities are getting more and more important in maritime domain as well, because we need more data. Any data is better than zero data. Only 10% of the oceans are now so-called known, comparing the Moon, Mars, and other planets. So we encourage to receive more data, data gathering, data maximizing as much as possible. And as intergovernmental organization, we try to introduce, advertise, and receive the available data from cruise line industries, from fishery boats, from super yachts, which is already as a kind of project prototype of ships. So we need crowdsourcing in all sense, including maritime domain. Thank you.
All right, so if we don't have any comments to respond to that, I'd like to ask the one final question, which is I'd like to sort of ask for a closing statement from each of the panelists. We are about to move to the portion where we want to refocus our attention on GEO's role in citizen science. What can GEO do for citizen science? What can citizen science do for GEO? And so I'd like to just ask each of the panelists for a short statement, and I understand you've touched on a lot of the themes that you think are important, so it's fine to repeat a little bit, but if you could really pull out one or two things that you'd like to leave the audience with, I'd like to ask you to do that. We'll start with Dixon.
Okay. Boy, good question. My satellite biases are going to come in here. We increasingly have the ability to model the Earth at very high resolution in space and time, and we have increasing needs to do so. Doing that in terms of practical measurements to go with that, I think makes citizen science essential. We are the complement to the more broad-based, lower resolution observations from space or whatever that GEO has traditionally been more about. And so I think, we need to become, or citizen science needs to become just an intimate part of that continuum.
Having listened to some of the presentations around SDGs, I think it would be really good if we could think also in the framework of GEO how citizen science, citizen observatories can contribute to the SDGs, and where the links to the existing ongoing activities with respect to what GEO is doing, tackling the different SDGs and looking at the indicators where Earth observation can contribute. We can equally ask the same question: where can citizen science contribute to the SDGs, plus where can citizen science plus Earth observation together, where you have improved, better validation, calibration data, contribute to the SDGs? And I think this is a really important central question, and I'm happy to actually continue some of those thinking and activities with a workshop we're going to have at YASA along those lines. So if you're interested in that, please get back to me.
Do you want to go first?
Sure. Well, that's going second or third, yeah. 3 takeaways, actually, only one of which was from my presentation. I think coordination is really important, especially around reusing infrastructure. So, for example, building apps based on OpenStreetMap, Humanitarian, Zooniverse does this really well. They have a single infrastructure that multiple research projects can leverage and use. Second key takeaway is power. There's a lot of local knowledge in citizen science. I would say, as others have said, that local knowledge is citizen science knowledge. And we need to be aware of power as an important issue, especially while working with different decision makers and researchers, and power underlying questions like data quality. And the third key takeaway is documentation for me, including documentation of processes and documentation of data.
All right, Max, that gives you the last word.
Well, I think that can only add to what has already been said by all of them. I think that, as we have seen, there are many facets of value. One is that you can really sort of have a global way of monitoring the environment, of monitoring what is going on, in alerting about things that go wrong around you. But in order to have that global outreach, we need to have good practices, documentation. We need to be able to maintain and store somehow this knowledge so that we can build it over time. And in a way, GEO can have that role as a global framework to make sure that all the projects at the local level are somehow made visible and reusable and contribute to this global knowledge. And I think that would be a good role for GEO to play.
Great. Well, thank you. First of all, thank you to each and every one of our panelists. I think you really covered a huge range of topics today, including issues and questions for us all to think about. So thank you very much. I'm now going to turn the mic over to my co-organizer, who's going to move us into the discussion section. But if you first could give, yes, that was my next statement. Thank you very much.
Can we take a break?
Right. So it is clear that the remaining people here are the ones that are really, really interested. So please close the doors now to avoid anyone else to go away. No, I mean what I wanted to discuss with you and also with the co-organizers that are no longer here too, so even we have lost the co-organizers, is what to do next. Let me just say that I'm really, really happy that these 3 hours that we had, and what I'm really, really happy is this is recorded. So we have demonstrated that this group has some potential. So it's time to think what we are going to do. This idea of the Sustainable Development Goals, it's a very good idea. I have something in my slides, but let me just say that there are 3 objectives in principle now here in GEOS. One is the SDGs, the other one is the climate change, and the other one is the risk management, no? And so on. If we manage to tell the plenary that we are focusing on these 3, we are in the picture. So that's definitely an approach. We have to understand that we are just a small part of a small thing, or of a big thing. No? There are many different activities, and we are just this one. So how we are going to be visible is one of the things that we need to think about, and this is exactly what links to what I just said about the SDGs and so on. Okay, so the initial exercise that we can do is to try and read the original description of this group and see what is in there. Well, the description, I did an effort to simplify the description, and it's still too long. But but anyway, it doesn't really matter because this is putting the thing into the situation, no? So let's just skip that. It's after that it says that there are focus on these groups, and let's look for key words here: standards and best practices, exploration of linkages of citizens' data with GEOS and the infrastructure, investigating on methods, doing demonstration pilots, synergies with the GEO activities, impacts on policy, and social innovations. That's what it says. And then there is another section that says activities for the period. So this should be more concrete. And actually, it seems to me a repetition of the same things, but some extra details. So we need to. So what was foreseen for this period is try to stimulate participation, standards of best practice again, integration with authoritative data, environmental governance, case studies, showcasing, here in the bottom that is kind of the same, synergies with other GEO activities, linking with the existing activities, so complementary activities, discovery and access of citizen science projects. So we have some kind of a mandate of doing this. We can change it, but, well, that's at least an orientation of this. the future plans, one thing that I would like to remind you is that in the website it says that there are 3 responsibles. One of them is in this room. The middle one, it's actually a person from the commission that is no longer working on the commission, is now working in the, well, it's the commission again, but it's another commission, no? The environmental agency. And also Uta Wen. The first thing that you observe, all of them are European. That's not good. We need to fix that. This is one of the first things that we can try and do. So look for US, Europe, Australia, Asia, Pacific, I don't know. More representative that has a broader scope. This is definitely something that we have to do. Also, it says there are resources. I don't understand much where these 20 million come, but it is clear that at least that we observe is a contribution from the European Commission to help here in this group, at least partially. I mean, it's mentioned in the description of action, so it's something that we can easily justify in what we are going to do. That's a good thing. Okay. Then we have other things that you have to remember. We have the OGC involvement in citizen science, and I believe I have it here. So they have a group, a domain working group, they call it. We also got some conclusions similar to conclusions that we could have here. The need for describing projects and cataloging projects, the need to share information, the need to scale up projects by applying interoperability, and the mosquito alert is my favorite example, but not the single one. And the single sign-on that at least was an idea that, since it's something that is technical, was floating around the OGC somehow. We have this cost action. This is another European founded project. This is about meetings. So the cost actions are financing meetings of people to discuss working groups and things like that. So this is another thing that runs in parallel with this group. And I wanted to make publicity of this session in the EGU that also talks about citizen science, and it's also a US Europe collaboration, so it's a good thing. Read about that. So probably the list of existing initiatives is partial because it's just my view, my local view. Let's call it that way. I put the existing initiatives there, no? The OGC, the cost action, the we observe, the architecture and interoperability pilot number 10 that is going to start soon, sooner or later, because they are moving the starting date, but I believe now they will not moving anymore. And sessions in the EGU or in the AGU, whatever. And then we have the list of activities that I try to, for this period foreseen, that I try to simplify here to the minimum expression. So, I stop here. This is what presumably was supposed to address, this group should address at the beginning. Probably we have the freedom to change it, but it could be useful. So, how we are going to do this? Which is your favorite activity? Because there are too many. So let's start removing some, at least for the next year. The good thing could be to have something to present to the next plenary. So in some sense, do enough noise to be able to go to the plenary to tell them something, to elaborate some kind of a report or some kind of tool, something that can be said on plenary. That could be definitely a success of this group. We could start by just this study about which citizen science activities can influence sustainable development goals. They are going to love that. No? But we can do other things. I mean, we can also ensure our presence in the plenary by going through the AIP. I don't know.
So, my favorite topic is now on a slide, and it's called within the action items. So, what I have been thinking about, and I mean, my first involvement in GEOS was AIP5. And what did we do in AIP5? We did single sign-on. The prototype and what we contributed was single sign-on. We did the same thing in AIP6. We proved that single sign-on would be an improvement for data sharing in GEOS, because you could use one infrastructure, one platform, or whatever you want to call it, to actually share free and open data, but also sensitive data, data that needs to be controlled, that not everyone can have access to. So one platform to do it all. And to do the use matrices right. Yeah, you remember how use matrices used to be created? By the referrer tag. Now, if you come from the geoportal.org, then your referrer tag is geoportal.org, so that is a hit of you are one of those who are looking for geo information. Perfect. But if you bookmark the service endpoint, the URL, then guess what? The referrer is not earthobservations.org. Yeah, it's nothing. So calculating use matrices just by that is created wrong use matrices. So the stimulation was, how can we actually track or count that there is a user who is interested in this? And the idea was to have a very light login mechanism. So you log in once, and then you can hop to all the different resources provided by GEOS, and then you can actually create right use matrices. So the question is now, I see it in AIP 10 again. What happened in between?
They implemented as I need.
I would happily accept or happily be a happy man if that would actually have impact in GEOS and be taken on, and that GEOS in general would consider that yes, there is data that needs to be controlled, and yes, we need a platform or a system that supports single sign-on, even though we can make most of the stuff open and freely available, but still the same platform to use high-quality data, commercial data, products that have been created with the base data, etc., etc. So, yes. So single sign-on, I would say, is a technical thing, but it should be discussed as a technical thing in GEOS to build a system of systems that really is a platform or something where things come together. Thank you.
So real quick, I'm just going to make one announcement and then turn it back to the discussion. We're actually going to go ahead and turn the live stream off. And so for any of our audience who are tuning in via that method, I would invite you to participate in this discussion by reaching out to us. Rather than try to coordinate responses via Twitter or the chat room there. We're going to go ahead and end that. All of our information is available on Secure World Foundation's website as well as the GeoPlenary website. And I just want to thank you for joining us today. And if you have any questions or would like to further participate in the conversation, please reach out.